Hello and welcome to the 44th hour of the Roll Plus Bond 72-hour live stream. If you're just tuning in, we're raising money for medical aid for Palestinians. If you type !donate in the chat, you can get the link. Also, we have a celebratory t-shirt designed by Mary, another member of our community, and that's raising money for the National Network of Abortion Funds, which you could type !shirt to check out. It's a cool ass shirt. I think we got a couple donations to read out before we get started here. We got an anonymous for £25, one from Michael for 10, and one for Jack for 120. Hell yes. And they say thank you to the Roll Plus Bond community for organizing this fundraiser, and thank you to the horrible elves for their hard work eating all of those puzzles. Free Palestine. That is a reference to the last game, Elf with the 10-page backstory, which is a game I wrote, and they did such a wonderful job playing it. If you want to see what eating puzzles about, you're definitely gonna have to check out the VOD for that one. We are here to play Pale Dot, which is a game I wrote. I'm Devin. I use he, they pronouns, by the way. You can check out my games at devindecibel.itch.io, or you can check out the music that I've made, which is going to be a lot of the music that you've heard in the interstitial parts of the streams and the breaks, and you can check that out at devindecibel.bandcamp.com. I should introduce my players. With me, we got Allie.
Hi, I'm Allie. I use he, they pronouns. I'm just kind of on the internet vaguely. On Twitter, Matt Muddy Hughes. Yeah, I'm excited to play.
Margaret.
Hi, I'm Margaret. If you'd like to find me on the internet, I'd actually suggest that you don't, please. Instead, you can support my cat, who should be coming on the screen right now. Cole, yes? Yeah? I don't know. I don't have the Twitch open because I don't look at it while I'm playing. But her name is Clover, and you can support her with your thoughts that would have gone to searching me on the internet. Thank you.
Shout out to Clover. We also got Rose.
Hi, I'm Rose. I'm using she, they pronouns, and this is, I think, my third year doing the stream. I'm very excited for this one.
And last but not least, Salt.
Hi, I'm Salt. I use Z and he pronouns. If you want to find me on the internet, I usually go by Saltqueer, but I'm not really active mostly. So, good luck.
As mentioned, we're going to be playing Pale Dot, which is a GM-less space exploration game inspired by the video game Outer Wilds, which is my favorite video game of all time. But also, it has some vibes of No Man's Sky and also some vibes of Jeff Vandermeer's Southern Reach novels. Or you might be more familiar with the movie Annihilation. So we're going to be doing some space whimsy, some space existentialism, and, might get some surrealist horror in there as well. Really depends on the vibes we're feeling today. With that said, why don't we hop right in on page 4 with the section Objects into Motion. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be coming up with the dustlings, who are the creatures that we're going to inhabit. They're explicitly non-human. We're going to be coming up with the moat, which is the home that we come from and the place that we're going to leave to explore the cosmos around us, and the cosmos themselves. We're not the first cosmonauts of our people, and we've heard many rumors about, the wild stuff that's out there. I'm going to start by reading the dustling section, and then we're going to come up with some ideas for who our creatures are, and then I'm going to pass it off to another person to read the next section. So, we are the dustlings. We are sentient beings just like any in the cosmos, though we haven't met any others yet. We have a small society just past the cusp of a modest technological revolution. one in which we've invented the means to explore what is just beyond our world. As fledgling cosmonauts, we founded the wondrous Endeavor, an organization that seeks to explore the heavens and our place in it. Each player establishes one fact about the Dustlings with the expectation that more will come up in play. What kind of people are they? What do they look like? How are they unlike humans? Are they horned, three-eyed, or furry? How do they move? How do they communicate? Are they spiritual? Do they have unique social norms? And at this point, we're all going to go around and come up with a fact about our people, whether it is physical, cultural, etc. Does anybody have any strong ideas for like what kind of aliens we want to be?
Yeah, I guess I kind of do. I remember we talked a little bit about this, but I like the idea of like cat-like, sort of like feline type-ish creatures. Um, yeah, I think that's a really strong idea.
Excellent. I'm adding cat-like. Cat-like in the sense that we're just like physically look like cats. Are we small like cats? Are we like
I think
upright?
more in the sort of like wiry, nimble sense.
Okay.
Maybe it's like physical appearance too, but uh, like that sort of, yeah.
Excellent. Does anybody else have an idea to add?
Hmm.
I think we have 4 eyes.
Love me a good four-eyed creature.
Like
Mhm.
two sets?
Like yeah,
or...
like two. No. Like a diamond.
Oh, that's fun.
Ooh. I think we have prehensile tails.
That like act as our like one of our limbs to do spaceship work.
Yeah, I think we have some amount of hands and also prehensile tails.
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
Very grabby.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we sparkle. I think that and not that we sparkle naturally. I think that we have like, I guess like similar to like makeup or cosmetics that we put on our fur and on our bodies to
Oh, I love
sparkle.
that.
Like
So
that,
that's like a cultural
there's
thing
a
too.
video
Mhm.
of a cat that's rolled in somebody's like glittery bath bomb.
Yes,
Have you seen this? Like the
exactly
black
what
cat?
it
Yeah, yeah.
is. Mhm.
Wonderful.
Like those dogs that get like color dusted or whatever at the marathons, like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm,
I think we can perceive radio waves.
Oh,
And I don't know what that experience would look like or if that's an evolved thing or something more artificial, but I I like giving them a weird sense.
excellent.
Mhm.
That is one from all of us. It looks like. But does anybody have any thoughts about like cultural stuff? Because we did describe their physicality a lot here.
Yeah.
Um,
Um
oh, you go,
oh,
you go.
sure. Uh I think that we are like a wandersome people, and that there's a kind of cultural expectation of when there's a big decision in your life. Sometimes the right move is to just go somewhere else about it. Go
Mhm.
on a ramble.
Oh, okay. There is like sort of a central civilization on our world, but like,
Sure.
is it sort of like a hub more so than like a stationary place? Like everybody kind of is born here, but people leave and then come back and leave again and then come back.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and like I don't know that that like the distance is what is, really the deciding factor in whether or not you've gone somewhere. Maybe you're just in one part of the hub for your whole life and you decide to go all the way across the other part of town you've never been, but it's to go change your environment.
Gotcha.
Mm.
So we're very wanderlusty people. Though I do have a big follow up with that. Does that mean that like traveling into space would be super normalized, or would it be kind of like taboo? Like, we have
Mm.
all of this land to roam on, like, but going into the sky, that's kind of too much.
I wonder if
Uh,
it's just. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You can
I
finish
was
your
going
thing.
to say I'm happy to put that to the group. I haven't come down on that.
Mm.
I wonder if it would be like one of those things that's like considered like extreme but not unnormal, if that makes sense. Like if someone says they're going out into space, you're like, oh, you had to do a real bit. There's like something big going on. Does that make sense? It's like getting bangs or something, but maybe a little more intense
Oh,
than that.
so there like is like emotional catharsis associated with space travel.
Mhm.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Got it. I love that.
And also, I bet there are people who are like, no, I work in space. I'm not like doing a thing. I'm not growing up my bangs.
So like becoming a cosmonaut, that's like a pretty fucking big deal then, huh?
Mhm.
Hmm.
And like people will see you as a cosmonaut and be like, "Wow, what happened to them?
A
Like
little
what
bit, yeah.
Yeah. Are they
what
okay kind of situation?
yeah,
Yeah.
what drove them to want to like
Yeah.
go to
Mhm.
space?"
Mhm.
Mhm.
Excellent. Um, does anybody want to volunteer to read the next section, the moat?
I can. Okay, the moat. We live on the moat, the only home we've ever known. It's a small world, a quaint pale dot, but it's ours and everyone we've ever known is here. While it was once touched by the Forgotten Ones, their influence is inscrutable and they were gone long before we were sapient enough to recognize them. Most Dustlings live in the community of Speckle, which doubles as the headquarters for the wondrous endeavor. From the moat, we stare into the night and wonder about the enigmatic bodies that drift in harmony with us. Each player establishes one fact about the moat with the expectation that more will come up in play. What kind of world is it? What are some of its distinct features? How is it unlike Earth? What kind of terrain does it have? Is there anything unique about its ecosystem? What kind of resources do the Dustlings have access to? What is Speckle like?
Well, since we're cat type people, I'm imagining that our like architecture is a lot of those like weird like boxes with holes and stuff like that, like vertical things to climb with like
Like
interesting
almost
surfaces,
Grecian kind of architecture kind of thing with the holes and
Lots of
little like
plinths, lots of sunbathing. Yeah.
little
yeah.
tunnels that lead from
Mhm.
box to box.
Mhm.
Mhm. There's an image in this PDF. I think it's on page 13 that's like three big flat looking triangles. And I think it would be cool if we had mountain ranges that looked kind of like that.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh. Mhm.
Are the mountains all different colors?
Yeah, I think maybe like all of the rocks are like really strange bright colors. I mean, not strange to us, but strange to Earthlings.
Yeah,
Strange bright colors.
love that.
I don't think Moat has any like oceans. You know how we would know them, right? There's like not that there isn't
Mm.
water on the surface of the planet, but like a big body of water is not something that the Dustlings have had to confront on their home planet.
Mm. Mhm.
They don't go fish in the lake or anything like that.
No.
I think I think that we aren't at the top of the food chain on this planet. Like we're just sort of like
Oh.
in the middle somewhere.
Do you want to elaborate on what is?
Would it be more interesting to just leave it there and figure out what is?
I mean, we're instantly going to leave this place.
That's fair. That's
the-
fair.
The thing about making details about this place that's important is that it's like what our frame of reference is when we experience the cosmos.
Yeah.
Mm.
I think there's like maybe some sort of flying birds of prey kind of situation. For some reason in my head I think about the Rito from Legend of Zelda, but like yeah.
Anthropomorphic.
Yeah. If we got anthropomorphic cats, why not birds, right? Why not?
Mhm.
Are they like are they, considered monstrous to us?
I think it's more like we fear them than like they are yeah, monstrous, I guess is a good way to put it.
I guess I mean that in the sense that like they are not like they don't have culture like us. They don't have organization like us. They don't have, technology like us.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking like maybe in kind of like the like where did they come from sort of way. Like we don't really know what the origins are or whatnot kind of thing, right?
Totally.
Okay, I think I'm the last one who hasn't said anything. Um, and honestly, I thought it would be cool if there were like a lot of jungles, like a lot of vines kind of everywhere. Um, in particular, because I think it would be fun to have like, oh, we have vines and we use this as like cat toys or like things to like climb around on, that kind of thing.
Cool.
Also gives us a lot of
It,
space to climb that isn't the tops of the trees.
exactly.
Maybe the trees are really tall, so we can still build
Mhm,
vertical structures but not expose ourselves to these birds that eat us.
mhm.
That would also explain the prehensile tails.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Then let's move on to the next section. Who wants to read the cosmos?
I will. All right, so the cosmos. We have only just begun to comprehend the cosmos beyond our sky. Few have journeyed past the clouds and Iota, our watchful moon, and returned. They've all come back changed, some no longer themselves, some more themselves than ever. The stories told make the cosmos seem infinite, but claustrophobic. That it's safer to cling to our moat, for we will never fathom the weirdness of the stars. We are but particles drifting within the tides of uncertainty. Each player establishes one rumor about the cosmos. Consider what tall tales are told by experienced cosmonauts. Assume that space is even more strange and surreal than it is in our own universe, but avoid giving specific details about places unless you're willing for them to be potentially untrue. This game is set, but vaguely defines locations for the characters to visit that will be detailed by the players during play.
What have we heard?
There is
Hmm.
a hotly disputed old story that says the moat used to be the moon of a glittering and beautiful gas giant ages before records, and that maybe it's still somewhere out there.
Oh, like we got disconnected from it.
Yeah, like we used to be a moon.
Love that. What else have we heard?
I think we've heard that there were cosmonauts that came back younger than they left.
Oh,
Got that spot treatment in space.
Get the mani-pedi.
Get the Manny orbital.
I think we've heard that wishing stars are real.
Ooh.
There's stars out there that will grant you wishes, but they're really hard to identify, and you can't just go like wishing on random stars because that's also a way to get bad omens.
Mm.
I think that we've heard that as you fly around in the cosmos, you see clouds that are like that have the same texture as like how children imagine clouds here on Earth. So maybe that's not how they imagine it over on the moat, but like that's like that like sort of like fluffy cotton texture. And it has trapped spaceships before.
Oh, like the image
Ooh.
literally on page 10.
Oh my gosh, did I like completely internalize?
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, good. Like the image on page 10.
I don't have that handy for the. Oh, I think I do actually. All right, that's 1, 2.
Oh yeah,
4.
if you don't have this book, you should go buy it because the art is so cool and fun, and like the art and the music together create such a strong vibe. Go check it out. It's really good.
Yes, so I did the cover and I did all the like watercolor paintings that are in there.
Hmm.
And then there's
I
the
like
wild
them
one on
very
page
much.
16 that Gannon did.
Here's that image I was just talking about. Cool. I think we have one more Cosmos detail.
Yes, me. Um, I think there are rumors that on some planets there's sand so deep it flows like a river.
Ooh,
Mm.
that's some outer wild shit.
Dune 2 in theaters.
Do you have to catch sandfish with a sandworm?
I love Dune TTRPGs. All right. Anybody that hasn't read yet, would you read the mission?
Sure. The characters in your story may or may not know it on the day of the launch, but there is something much bigger going on. Pick as many of the following prompts from the list below as the group finds interesting. Consider what the prompt might mean, but keep it vague and do not seek answers just yet. And the prompts are that the waves of the tide of uncertainty bring an apocalypse of sorts. Somebody important to our community has sent out a mysterious distress signal. The moat has a desperate need, and we believe there is a solution out there. A strange phenomena has descended and is affecting the moat in difficult ways. An ecological sickness is spreading, and we must search for a new home. There is contention about the wondrous endeavor, and it's time to prove its worth. And there's something ominous and enigmatic about the endeavor's intentions.
The Wondrous Endeavor being the space program that we are a part of.
I think we've set up a contention about the endeavor pretty steadily. If there's, if people think that going to space might be kind of extreme.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Yeah.
Hmm.
Somebody tells you to just go see a therapist instead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you got to get on a
Like
rocket for? Come on.
it's almost like this is something they're doing for us rather than like we are exploring for the planet kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like people think space travel is kind of frivolous.
Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah.
In my day, we just traveled to the other side of town, and that solved every problem we needed.
Yeah. You just do a walk along the equator. Okay, so I'll add that. As many of these as we want to be true can be true.
Mhm.
Because this is what's gonna drive the story.
I like the idea of just being also like, and I guess this isn't like directly on the sheet here, but like looking for potential new homes or like just scouting kind of, right? Like figuring out where we are generally.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a little bit of a weaker prompt too, but
Gotta find a place without these big birds.
yeah.
Mhm.
I wonder if part of it is a water thing because we mentioned that there wasn't too much water on the planet.
Mm.
I wonder if that's like a side effect or something of something else.
Oh, maybe there's like big
Mm.
canyons, and they believe that all the water evaporated out of the canyons when we got
Oh,
disconnected
wow.
from the planet that we used to be from, or that we used to orbit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So not
Yeah.
that there's like a new ecological disaster, but that the planet has gone through some stuff primeval.
Yeah.
Gotta figure it
Mhm.
out. That's neat.
I'm just gonna say we need to find a new world with water, sands, birds, sands.
We dream of a
Sands,
world where the
birds that
big
eat
predator
us.
is fish.
Yeah. Very
Mhm.
cat. That's a very cat thing.
I know.
Excellent. Any others from this list?
I
I
kind of
wonder.
like go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, in sort of collaboration with that, if our desperate need is for water, like maybe we think there's some sort of like solution. Either we can find a new place, but maybe there's some solution that can show us how to find water back home, or like create water back home for the
Hmm.
has a desperate need, and we believe the solution is out there. And kind of wishy washy on it, but that was my thought.
Mhm.
Are we
So,
like
what were you gonna say?
oh sorry.
What were you saying?
Oh, I was just gonna
Oh,
say, are we like vaguely aware of the forgotten
Yes.
ones? Okay.
Yes.
So we could be like, oh, they might have something to help us with this water crisis out there somewhere or something like that.
Yeah. This has only been sort of gestured at in these introductory paragraphs, but the forgotten ones are like the ancient aliens that like visited this civilization, but like were around before we were like intelligent enough to have any like relationship with them.
Mhm.
So maybe just like seek out like clues from the forgotten ones.
Hmm.
Um, I want to add to some of these ideas in terms of the contention about the wondrous endeavor and its time to prove its worth. Um, I feel like there's almost like a climate denialism thing happening on our planet, where like
Yeah.
we do need to do something about our current situation, but it's not like immediately a problem. It's like a long term problem. And there's a lot of people that are like, well, things seem fine. You're just being dramatic and want to go on your little like emotion quest. We don't
I bet
actually
there are a
need
lot
to
of
like
people
seek a
who are
solution.
pointing at the birds and being like, there are concrete and real problems to address, but like they're in that way. It's like, oh, why are you going out there to find solutions instead of helping us make a bigger bird net or something?
Hmm.
They're being
Hmm.
they're doing a whataboutism using the horrible carnivorous top of the food chain.
Ooh, the bird nets are like energy fields that emanate from our buildings. So we can like
Ooh,
create
like-
skyscrapers that they just
Sick.
kind of like run into like windows.
Like a plasma thing or like
Yeah.
a yeah.
All right. If we have energy fields and bird nets, I don't want to overload the plate, but a strange phenomena that has descended is that the bird nets have started to sound weird or like sense weird. You know, they give off a little bit of radio noise, and it's all wrong lately, and no one knows why.
Oh, I'll
Mhm.
just say in general, like radio waves are like affecting technology,
Yeah, and
and we can like
us. You
see
know,
them. We can see
we
like
can
the
yeah.
wigglings.
Air's getting real wiggly out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Did you know that like everything at the end of the day is just wiggles?
Whoa, gotta
Like light is just wiggles, like air is wiggling, sound is wiggles, electrons be wiggling, atoms
Everything
be
you
wiggling.
perceive is just wiggles.
Heat
can't-
is just wiggles. Everything's wiggles.
I can't not
Yeah.
hear the
It's just
wiggles.
dancing.
You know.
Fruit salads all around us.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I want to meet the like weird hippie that instead of talking about everything being vibrations, says that everything is wiggles.
Instead of he has bad vibes, it's he has bad wigs.
Yeah. Wiggle
Yes.
check. Gotta do a wiggle check.
I'm the weird hippie you want to see in the world, Devin, is what I was going to say.
Less of
I
a
grew
good
up-
wiggle and more of a woggle. What's going on over there?
I grew up in Berkeley, California, so I got a lot of opinions about hippies.
Mm.
All right. So, did I put a place for the mission target on here?
Yes, it's
Right.
under the
Yeah,
pale
it's right
dot
above
title.
keys.
Oh, duh. I did
Here.
not freaking read. Okay. I'm establishing the mission target as 4. Somebody who hasn't read yet, do you want to read the mission target?
Sure, I can. Regardless of how many prompts have been chosen, decide on a value from 2 to 12. This is called the mission target and will determine the length of the game. A target value of 4 works best for a single session story, whereas a larger target is more appropriate for a short campaign. During play, the crew will make progress towards the mission target by accumulating clues called keys, culminating in a conclusion when obtaining a number of keys equal to the mission target value. What happens then will be covered in the later section titled Mission Complete. You are free to change the mission target during play if it suits the needs of your story and players. You can also skip establishing a mission target and just play until the keys point towards a satisfying end.
This is entirely a vibes-based mechanic, a wiggles-based mechanic.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm getting a real
But
wiggle vibe.
as I recommend for a one-shot, I'm setting it as 4, which means we need to collect 4 keys to trigger the ending sequence. And if timing is running out and we don't have 4 keys, we'll just say 3 is fine or 2 is fine. But if we somehow get 4 in the first 2 hours, then we'll lengthen that. But it'll totally be based off the
Totally.
pace. Cool. So let's move to the next page about setting elements. We haven't done any like world building before hopping on here, but we have talked about which setting elements we want to play. So I realized I haven't really talked much about like what the actual mechanics of this game are. But if anybody is familiar with Ross Kalman's Fall of Magic, it's that sort of game where you're like moving from location to location, and each location has prompts that you base role play scenes off of. But the game is also fused with No Dice, No Masters, Belonging Outside Belonging type games where everybody plays like a fraction of the setting, and that setting element can like acquire tokens, and the tokens can be spent to do moves and stuff. So we're not only going to be playing cosmonauts, but we're also going to be like micro GMs for the setting itself. So speaking of that, let's talk about which setting elements that we've chosen and read the corresponding blurb for it. Who was going to be playing the Cosmic Wilderness?
That would be me. The Cosmic Wilderness. While a world is full of natural wonders, many dustlings become cosmonauts to see what else is out there. The variance of life, place, and form boggles the mind. Worms the size of worlds, flowers and shades never before seen, entities displaced from our reality, and myriad other unfathomable. The stories veteran cosmonauts tell sound like fever dreams. So there are two. I don't know if there was a word for the special moves that
Yeah.
the Cosmic Wilderness has. The first is evoke a new environment. Evoke to describe a new environment, natural or unnatural. Introduce flora and fauna, or create juxtaposition to everything the cosmonaut has experienced before. Expend a token to require a resource. Describe how the current location is especially bountiful.
So you're going to be the one describing the weird like plants and animals and creatures and places. And then also you have an ability to spend a token that is accumulated in the game to help us find a resource, which is going to be a thing that we can spend to fix our ship and also fix ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Who's playing the Wondrous Endeavor?
That would be me. The Wondrous Endeavor, the proud fledgling space program of Moat. It's low-tech and crude compared to what the Forgotten Ones built, but it works. While we as a people are new to extraterrestrial flight, we are not the Moat's first cosmonauts. We Dustlings have already dipped our appendages into the heavens with varied success, but little is known about the other bodies in our cosmic neighborhood. I evoke this element when describing the history of the Endeavor and Dustling technological development, the cosmonauts that came before, living or lost, and any Dustling built equipment or remnants thereof that have been found off-world. And I can spend a token to reduce the number of traits spent to acquire a key by 1. Describe how the presence of a former cosmonaut, living or lost, left clues to find this key.
It's 2-1, not by 1, but yeah.
Oh, yep, 2-1.
Some of these mechanics aren't going to make sense till we make characters, but each character is going to have a set of traits, and those traits are going to be spent to overcome challenges, to progress our mission, and that makes it easier. All right, who's playing the Forgotten Ones?
That would be me. The Forgotten Ones. Ancient beings from long before our known history came to our system and world for unknown reasons, but died or disappeared long before we evolved thinking minds. Their ruins, stories, experiments, and sometimes bodies are all that remain. They don't look like us, but something about them reflects our own experience. We've recently developed rudimentary means to interpret their work, and some of their technology still function. Evoke this element when describing the mysterious past, alien influence, and the aspects of this system that ancient outsiders found important or curious enough to investigate. Spend a token to increase the total number of keys available on the current cosmic object. This also allows the cosmonauts to acquire 2 keys in a single visit to a cosmic object. Describe how messages or things left behind by the lost visitors point towards an increased relevance of the current location.
A lot of mechanical stuff there, but basically the idea of that is cosmic objects are like the places that we're going to be visiting. They're going to be planets, space stations, space anomalies. And normally you can only get 1 key per visit. But if we spend a token for the Forgotten Ones, suddenly that location is made more important because like the lost visitors like had something going on there. So it'll be a way that we can acquire multiple keys in a single trip. All right, who's playing the Tides of Uncertainty?
All right. I am. Give me 1 second.
You're good.
Because I bound my push to talk key to the same key that moves my PDF down for a bit. So let me undo that really quickly, and then I will be back for a second. You can move on to the next one, and I'll be back.
Yeah, I'll I'll explain what I'm going to be playing, which I realize I didn't have on this sheet here. I'll be playing the Omnipresent Danger. While the moat is not without its perilous creatures and locales, we are not prepared for the dangers of outer space and all these strange new worlds that don't have our physiology in mind. Disaster comes in many forms: cosmic radiation, time-space waves, unknowable beasts, unstable terrain, and the dark, unfeeling void. If fortune does not favor us, we will not be the first cosmonauts to be mourned. We understand what we signed up for. Evoke to put the crew at risk and create tension, show how another element has become dangerous in the moment, and to quell hubris, giving the cosmonauts a healthy fear of the unknown. The omnipresent danger does not acquire tokens. Instead, it reacts when provoked. This is a unique one. This one doesn't have tokens. It's basically going to be like anytime we try to acquire keys or resources or travel between planets, the danger will be provoked. This is the most like a GME type one. And usually, if you have less than 5 players, everybody shares it. But since we have 5 players, one of us is going to be taking that.
All right,
How we doing,
I'm
Margaret?
back.
Oh, cool.
I fixed it. We're good. I moved all my keybinds around. We're good. Okay, so I can talk about the tides of uncertainty. The more we learn about what lies beyond, the less we understand, and the more we fear the things we weren't meant to know. Dustling researchers have dubbed the collection of chaotic, unexplainable, holy, and sometimes violent phenomena the tides of uncertainty. The tides constantly lap at the shore of what we know, changing things and seeming stronger every day. Are there other inhabited worlds out there, or have they all been washed away? Evoke to introduce strange, surreal, and symbolic occurrences that seem like magic, paint the scene with quantum weirdness, or to make the cosmonauts question everything they thought they knew. Or spend a token at any time to give one of the cosmonauts a vision. Collaborate on what this vision contains. It doesn't need to make sense or even mean anything, but it should change them in some way. The player should change one of their traits or revise their curiosity, either drastically or subtly. Answer: is the change visible to others? The cosmonaut subsequently recovers one expended trait.
I hope you're ready to give people some fucked up dreams to help heal them.
Absolutely, I am.
It seems
I'm
very
so
relevant to
excited
like
to
what
give
we've
fucked up
decided.
dreams.
It seems very relevant to what we've decided about our people's culture.
Mhm.
Excellent. Now it is time to create our characters, our cosmonauts. I'm not going to read the whole spiel here, but the one thing that I told the players in chat earlier is that when you're making a cosmonaut in this game, you want to make one that's like probably not specifically interested in the elements that would be contained by your setting element. So the example I always give for this is like, if you're playing the cosmic wilderness, don't play a biologist. And that's mainly just to like promote us actually like interacting with each other rather than interacting with ourselves. So we like GM for each other's like little side arcs. Cool. So how a character is made is that you are going to pick 4 words to represent your Dustling's vibe, interest, or expertise. And these are in the traits section. So it's just a big list of words. And we're each going to pick 4 of them. So let's get to that.
Do you
Just so we
want
don't go
us
all silent, we
to
should
say out
what's up?
loud, or just do you want us to say out loud as we're picking, or do you want us to pick them all and then read them off?
I mean, since we're like on streams, maybe we should kind of talk and vamp and talk about what we're picking.
I
Okay.
remember the one piece of advice you gave is that try not to make a character that interacts primarily with the element you have control over.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I have 2 I'm confident on. I want the trait scouting and the trait geology.
Mhm.
I'm not sure about the other 2 though.
I am really interested in the traits engineering and demolitions. I want to blow some shit up.
I'm currently interested in haunted and mathematics.
I'm
Oh,
kind of thinking about semiotics and odd.
Mm.
I'm kind of thinking about spirituality and daring.
Ooh.
Ooh, I could be daring with you. That sounds fun. I wanted to overlap on one on purpose.
hmm
Cool. And we get 4, so we can pick more than just the 2.
Yeah. I think I'm also gonna do record. which is really funny because that's something that I'm really bad at in real life. Okay.
Are any of us a pilot? That's always good to have.
Yeah, that is a good thing to have.
I'd be happy to take pilot if no one else is jumping at it.
Yeah. I'm gonna take clever, I think, because I'm forming a character slowly in my head here.
Allie, if you're all right, I'd like to be odd with you.
Absolutely. Let's be odd together.
Excellent, excellent.
In addition to spirituality, daring, and piloting, I am taking naive. Figure it's got to be one of us. May as well. Now I gotta
I was
name
gonna
it.
go haunted and anxious, but I feel like that's too much of a downer character. I feel like I should.
I mean, is your haunted and anxious character the most likely to interact with the horrors of the void that are threatening to extinguish us? If the answer is no, go for it.
No, I'm gonna go with lighthearted. I want to be like the gallows humor, like haunted mathematician.
So good.
I'm gonna take strong, I think.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever met a mathematician who wasn't a little bit haunted. So I think that's a good place to be.
That's what happens when you go to school for math, is you turn out a little bit haunted.
I mean, I went to school for chemistry, and I'm fairly haunted. My last trait is
This
gonna be
tracks. My
communication.
parents are a math teacher and a chemist, and this tracks to me.
I was also a chemistry teacher for a little bit.
I'm currently in grad school for chemistry, and I will say I'm quite haunted, but I'm a physical chemist, so we do a little bit more math. So I think
I was also a physical chemist.
Hey, pals!
Damn,
I'm giving you a fist bump through the internet.
I did crystallography and material science.
Ah, dope. I'm a laser spectroscopist.
Oh, nice. I did laser spectroscopy too. Did you do any XRD? That's a good one.
No. I do like transient absorption, ultra fast measurements.
Cool.
Y'all with your hard sciences. Goodness.
All right, we all good? Ooh, these are great. We'll read all of these again when we have the broad vision of our characters.
Mhm.
All right, next is the curiosity. Curiosity is a short statement about what drives them. And you'll play into this as much or as little as you like. It's just a little like, trying to figure out what my character would do in a situation. Look at your curiosity to guide you. There's nothing like mechanical about it, besides the fact that sometimes the tides of uncertainty might force you to change your curiosity. Or not force you, but prompt you to.
Gently ask, one might say.
Does anybody have a strong vision for their character's vibe yet?
Yeah. There's a place for us outside moat. We have to be brave enough to look for it.
Ooh.
I don't know how to word this one, but I want to do one about why radio waves are wiggly, less wiggly or more wiggly. I don't know which one
I think
is
more
worse.
wiggly.
More wiggly, yeah.
Well, I guess you have to like talk about. I mean, okay, I'm going to stop myself. I was about to talk about light physics and how being more wiggly would be a shorter wavelength, which means that it wasn't radio waves anymore. It would be going into the visible and ultraviolet spectrum.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, it depends
The
on how much. I mean,
amplitude.
I guess you could move from radio to IR, but okay, we can't. Okay.
No, it's the amplitude of the waves that's getting stronger, not the wavelength or the
Yeah,
frequency.
exactly. Okay.
I'm just gonna like phrase it as why are signals getting more distorted?
Gotcha.
Mm.
So no wiggles involved. Actually, there should be some wiggles involved.
I want to have maybe a slightly softer or slightly different way of saying this, but I've want this character to be really interested in water. So my first thought for curiosity is like, I will find us water.
Mhm.
It could be fun to play somebody who's so absolutely confident in that, though.
Mhm.
Cool. Mine. I'm going kind of broad or kind of vague. Mine is the math is speaking to us, but we're missing the translation codex.
We have so much faith. Oh no.
Mhm. So I think my character just went through her first lesbian breakup, and I think that her curiosity is, can I find a new identity out here?
Oh, I say, can I find a new girlfriend out here?
Oh, actually,
Alien
wait a second.
girlfriend.
Now, wait a second.
Just identity
Now,
/ girlfriend square brackets. You know, we'll figure out how to complete the string
I
later.
feel like
So Star Trek's
everyone's
about
got
right.
these deep reasons, and I'm like, I just got to come in with a little bit of a.
Also, I know this is jumping ahead, but I'm so torn between like trying to get for an aspirational cosmonaut name and just like naming a cat. You know. How seriously do I want to name this character?
I kind of like having weird cat names.
Yeah, like sprinkles or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking Sticky.
hmm
I realized early this afternoon that I wanted to figure out a friends at the table last name for this character, and then I spent far too long looking at like rhythm of words, and I finally got one that I wanted, and it's super not a cat name, but it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's sort of the driving of me being like, this character is so into rivers, though. We can't make that small enough. Okay.
Yeah, I made this thing way too big. We're dealing with really big numbers with these font sizes. Now I feel silly for doing Sticky. I'll come up with a real one. That was just the first thing that came to mind.
No, Sticky is good. Going with Tethertail.
Ooh, and tail like a story.
Yeah.
Yes, I will be
It's so close to a
playing.
warrior cat's name. Sorry, I just had to say it.
No. That's
I
the
was
vibe
thinking
I
the
was
same
going
thing.
for.
Oh yeah, yes.
I have only been exposed to warrior cats by osmosis, but I was just like, this is a people, but I have to name them like a cat. And also my first thought was sandwich, and I was just like, I can't use sandwich.
Oh my god! Oh my god! So I just googled warrior cat's name generator, and one of the first ones I got was Sprinkle Fire.
Oh my god.
It's a sign. It's a sign.
Oh, names are so hard.
Oh, that's a
Anyways,
good
what I was going to
one.
say is you're speaking to someone who broke her ankle doing warrior cat slarp. So you.
This generator actually gave me a fire one. My character's name is Vanilla Moon.
Okay.
I like that.
Or
Good.
I will be playing Alluvial Witness.
That's a friends at the table last name.
It is. I spent far too long thinking about it. Also, I realized about 10 minutes after the stream started, or 10 minutes after we started, that all day I had been thinking I had mixed up alluvial and effluvial, and those are two really different words, and I meant alluvial. I got really lucky that they have the same rhythm.
Mhm.
Yes.
All right. Obviously, we're giving our characters names and pronouns and just like a quick description of their look. My fur is light purple with black spots. And they wear an eye patch.
Yes, always yes. Love an eye patch. Which which
Mhm.
eye?
The left.
Okay, okay.
It was a
I
math
think
accident.
I think Tethertail has a baseball hat that they wear even under a helmet.
Wonderful.
I was gonna say, like, the fish fear me hat, but we come from a place without water. I've written myself out of that one.
I fear the
named
birds.
my little guy alluvial, so you're probably fine.
Oh my god, it's a birds fear me hat, of course.
Alluvial has light gray fur, prefers to wear blue glitter, I think like a really dark blue. Oh, that's very watery. I was just thinking colors I like. Anyways, and always has a backpack on.
Speaking of backpacks,
Back to
there
this.
is a note here about equipment. All cosmonauts are assumed to have an environmental suit, a propulsion pack, and whatever small tools they might carry. Assume low-tech but clever technology strapped together with adhesives and wires. This game does not track gear, so just evoke whatever feels narratively appropriate. How we doing? Are we ready to talk about our kitties?
I have to
think
get a
so.
name though.
I,
I'm
I
really
see.
struggling.
I see you've backed off from Sticky.
I did.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I went to a Warrior Cats name generator.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I am on a Warrior Cats name generator as we speak, trying to find something I like.
Okay.
Ginger Tooth.
I just got Ginger Tooth. I think we're on the same
Yeah.
Warrior Cats. Yeah.
Ginger Bite.
Ginger Bite is not. I do like Ginger. I also had Ivy.
Ooh.
I guess it'd be Ivy Ginger.
Lemon
That's not
Star is
bad.
another good one.
Lemon
Lemon
Star.
Star is good. I could name her Lemon Ginger after my
Ooh.
favorite tea.
That is a really good tea.
It is a good tea. I mean, I don't know if it's my favorite tea, but it's definitely up there in sort of top teas. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Mm.
I don't want to start ranking teas because I think we'll get off topic. But
Well, why don't somebody else? Why don't everybody else go first, and then hopefully by the time it comes around to you, you have a name.
Do we want to just run
yeah,
down
thank you.
the list, give the whole spiel?
Totally.
Okay. I'm playing Tethertail. I guess
Also,
the
say
bio.
your player name too.
Oh yes. I'm Rose. I use she they. I'm playing Tethertail. Tale, who uses they them. Their traits are spirituality, daring, naive, and piloting. Curiosity. There is a place for us outside moat. We have to be brave enough to find it. Their look is compact, sharp-smiled, olive overalls, bird's fear me hat, and bronze glossy fur.
Hell yeah. I'm Devin. He they. I'm playing Vanilla Moon. They them. My traits are haunted, mathematics, lighthearted, and communications. My curiosity is the math is speaking to us, but we're missing the translation codex. And my look is light purple fur with black spots and an eye patch.
Yeah, I'm Hallie. Hallie. I'm Allie. I use he, they. My cosmonaut's name is Mittens Marigold, he, him. The traits are semiotics, odd, clever, and strong. Curiosity I have is I will uncover the truth of radio wigstortion. And the look is tan with black paws, very desaturated eyes, and he wears like a hollowed out rock as a hat. And despite like a very strong build, is like a very sort of jittery kind of person.
Hmm. I'm Salt. I use Z and he pronouns, and I'll be playing Alluvial Witness, who uses Fey Fair pronouns. Fair traits are scouting, geology, daring, and record keeping. Fair curiosity is I will find water. And fair look, Faye has light gray fur, prefers blue and gunmetal glitter. Thinking of this specific NYX or NYX gunmetal glitter that I used to have. Really pretty dark color. And Faye always has a backpack on.
I'm so close. I have one last. I need to type out that they wear a bucket hat. Okay. Boom. All right. I am playing Lemon Ginger. They use she, they pronouns. Their traits are engineering, demolitions, friendly, odd. Her curiosity is, can I find a new identity out here or at least win my ex back? Their look is that they wear red and gold glitter. And in particular, they make patterns in their fur with the glitter, like swirling, sort of like art pieces. They have clear, bright eyes, and they always wear a bucket hat. A green one, I think.
Excellent.
Appreciate that our hat game is on point.
Yeah,
Listen,
we're rolling out the
I
squad.
live to serve.
Damn, two of us don't have
So does
hats.
she.
Okay, is an eye patch a hat?
Now,
No.
No.
Oh,
no,
okay.
I don't think so. We'll get you a hat by the end of this.
Yeah.
We
yeah,
get
yeah.
we get to pick up, we get
Mhm.
loot, right? We get it's not called loot. It's called something much better than that, but
Resources.
Resources?
resources.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't. Maybe I could get a hat and heal myself.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. So it is now time
Cool
to talk
hat.
about the ship. A hat that just says "cool hat" on it.
Mm-hmm.
The cosmonauts share a vessel that can overcome the gravity of massive objects and move through the void between them. Create a ship, pick 3 features from the list below. Whenever the cosmonauts return to the moat, the crew can change its features. So the features work similarly to traits, except we spend them when we're moving between cosmic objects. And it comes with 1 resource, which is something we can spend to also recover the traits. Or not the traits, the features. And the features we can pick from are hull shielding, reinforced landing gear, debris clearing beam, uncertainty stabilizer, ancillary thrusters, space hook, remote piloting system, range sensors, backup environmental system, external manipulator, comm unit, mirror bubble, emergency parachute, deployable drone, solar sail, or an anchor. And we'll be able to decide what these mean. We get to pick 3
I like
of these.
mirror bubble.
Mirror bubble, yeah.
Mirror bubble is interesting.
That
I
could
don't
be
know
like
what
the
it
same-
means, which makes it interesting to me.
It could be a similar tech to the like force fields around our towers.
Oh
Ooh,
yeah,
yeah.
it's like our
Mhm.
bird
Yeah.
net. Uh-huh.
Cool.
There's
I'll write
something
that
so
down.
viscerally appealing about an anchor from a place that just doesn't have water that would require one.
I
That's
want
my
a sail. Can we have a sailboat?
The solar sail?
Can we have a
please.
solar sail?
Oh yeah.
And then we can get an anchor too, and then we're really on a boat.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like we're really hoping we are gonna find water out there, so we've just put them all in.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Then I feel like we need like a very boat sounding name for our ship.
Yeah.
Needs to be like the SS something, right?
It should be something about like the emotional journey we're going on too.
Yeah.
Current, the something current.
I was thinking that. I also jumped to like erosion, and I was like, that might be a little bit grim.
I'm just thinking about like those boats that have names like Better Days or things like
Oh
that.
yeah.
Or like changing
Mm.
tides. Like changing tides would be a fun one. Something esque.
Like a real like fishing boat name, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Hmm.
The lady
Surely.
something. The banana boat. That's no, that's something. That's
Gonna
that's
gonna veto
something.
that one.
The Glittering Horizon.
Ooh.
I like that. Very
I like
hopeful.
that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Any other contenders?
Each glittering horizon.
Hmm.
I like putting like a traditional ship name, like a boat name, like the lady or the SS or whatever. As like it's like a boat, right?
Mhm. I love the idea that we have like no conception about what a boat is besides like theoretical ideas about like worlds that have water.
Yeah.
I
Maybe this is
absolutely love that
something
for us.
we've figured out from the little bit of the Forgotten Ones tech that we have translated.
We're like they
have lots
have
of
these.
ideas about how spaceships are named.
Mhm.
It would be funny if it was something like Wave Rider or something like that.
Shore
Also a
leave.
very
Something about the sand that we're trying to chase too.
Mm,
Sandbar.
Well, Wave Rider also works because of
No.
radio waves.
That's true.
oh.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm on board the Wave Rider train. I think that sounds neat.
Yeah, I like it as
Yeah, I like
well.
that.
It's like a really generic name for a boat, but not in our setting. It's like
Right. Yeah.
impactful because of the details that we've established.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Awesome. Cool. Let's keep it moving then. The important thing about this is we have these three features for it, which we're going to expend to like travel between places, and we'll have to refill those with resources. If all three features are spent, the ship is destroyed, and there's options about what we can do in that circumstance. Similarly, if you use all of your traits for your character, you also kind of get knocked out of the game. What that means, will be dependent on the narrative. So your traits are kind of like our like HP, basically.
Mhm.
Excellent. So the next couple of pages are a bunch of rule stuff, which we'll get when we get there. We should do the embarking on a journey page stuff, and then maybe take a quick break. How does that sound?
Yeah, for
Sounds good.
sure.
Sure.
Excellent. So establish a turn order by determining which player most recently stared into the night sky in a place without significant light pollution. And this turn order will come into play kind of after this section, but yeah, who's been stargazing recently?
Is it like
Yeah.
intentional stargazing?
No.
Okay.
For example, mine is summer 2022. My band was on tour. I'm from the Bay Area, California, so I'm used to a lot of light pollution. But we were out in Wyoming, in the middle of Wyoming. Well, we were driving from Wyoming to Colorado, just out in the absolute middle of nowhere. And I've never seen anything like the night sky out there. Like you could see the whole band of the Milky Way. There was like billions of stars in the sky. It was crazy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I read this rule and went and looked back, and it's been 8 years for me, and I swear I feel every second of it deep in my soul. I
Mm-hmm.
grew up going to southern Utah a lot, which has lots of very low population areas where you can see the sky incredibly, and I simply haven't been able to do that as an adult, and it's very frustrating.
It's really something else.
So
It's like a perspective changer.
it's incredible.
I
I mean completely seriously that I feel every second of it deep in my soul.
The last time I went camping was around last Thanksgiving, and I had a pretty good view. I don't know that I spent a lot of it looking up, but there was a little bit.
I think I kind of
Yeah.
take it for granted because I live in like rural Pennsylvania, and so I just took the
Mm.
trash out last night, and it is a pretty beautiful sky out here. But yeah, I think I kind of listen to you guys describe it. I think I kind of take it for granted. But
I live in San Francisco, so I live in a fog cloud, so I barely even see the sky.
Yeah, so for me there's two dates because it depends on how far out I need to have gone to really. I drove out of the city I think last year, not to a place where there was no light pollution but a significantly less light pollution, um to stargaze, and there was a meteor shower. That would have
Ooh,
been
nice.
No, that would have been 2023. Might have been late. That might have been early September or mid-October 2022. And then in August 2022, I was in the Cascade Mountain Range because I'm originally from Seattle,
Oh, the
which was
so
fewer light, um, less light pollution. So
All right. Well, I forget who was in the order there.
Allie said yesterday, so I feel like that's
Allie
where
said
Yeah.
I'm
yesterday.
by a
the
mile.
benefits of living in a rural area is no light pollution, which is nice. So
I'm definitely gonna make time in April to see the eclipse.
Oh yeah,
yeah, we
definitely.
got our glasses ready for that. Yeah.
I was on the
I'm
West
excited.
Coast during the last eclipse and didn't get a chance to see it due to circumstances, and I've been mad about it for so long.
Yeah.
I was in position to see it, and it was too cloudy.
Oh no.
Well, does everybody remember their position in the order? I think I was three of five, three or 4 of 5.
I
I'm
think I was next closest with last Thanksgiving.
Okay, yeah.
I'm definitely last.
I think I'm middle-ish somewhere. Me and Devin are close together, so
Yeah. I'll go fourth then.
all right, cool.
All right. The launch. To begin the story, follow the steps below. The player in charge of the cosmic wilderness briefly leads a description of the moat and the settlement of Speckle. Imagine the opening shot of a film where the camera zooms in on the world. Take us away.
Oh, that's me. Whoops.
That is you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, camera sort of way out show like the scale of the planet, right? Kind of a smaller planet compared to like all the empty space around it. Kind of slowly pan in, planet gets bigger. I think we see like yeah, like there's a big hub for the dustlings, and like we said, the rest of the planet is kind of dry, but it is this sort of thick cover of trees and vines and all that. I think you can see like in a couple of the trees are some of the like giant nests for the birds that sort of um, reside in the canopy. And like slowly pan over those over to the city where we see a bunch of dustlings sort of just living their day-to-day life. Yeah. I think it's like maybe like a market of some kind. We talked about them being like a little bit of like a wandering sort of mentality. So I think there's like probably a good area for a market where people like meet up to exchange and trade and that kind of stuff.
There's probably a huge travel industry too.
Travel industry, yeah, the real estate, it goes crazy here. Uh, but yeah, I think it's like just another day, right, on the moat here. Yeah.
What's the weather like?
The weather, I don't think, based on the fact that there's very little water, I think it's very, very clear skies, which also is like good for the dustlings because it's like, oh, they're like the birds can't hide behind clouds or whatever, right? Or at least not as many. So I think it's a sunny day.
I'm imagining people having little force field umbrellas when they go out of the city.
Yeah, for sure.
So if like a bird swoops down on you.
I think maybe the rain is like a little glittery too. Like that's part of the like glittery vibe we have is that like it is sort of like it's in like the light rain that does exist like occasionally or whatever. But not today. I think today it's clear out.
Ooh, what if like the basins of the like valleys that used to be oceans have like sort of a glittery like
ooh, like a diamond kind of rocky kind of, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
It could just be like ancient salt, but it has like really like refractive properties.
Yeah. And I think it sort of like, get a good look at the market and sort of all the dustlings gathering before the shot sort of settles on the wondrous endeavor and like the little I think comparatively to like maybe this is stepping out of my thing as the cosmic wilderness. I don't think that the wondrous endeavor, like the building for it, is big at all because it's like, compared to everything else around, because we've established that it's like less quote unquote important to a lot of people.
It's like a fringe part of our culture, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a fringe part of her. So it's like the equivalent of like a high school Lego club building. You know what I mean?
Such a specific reference.
But yeah, yeah, just a little opening scene, I think.
Yeah. All right. Everybody plays out quick vignettes introducing their cosmonauts, show them saying their farewells, and reporting to mission control. Does anybody have a vision of their character?
Yeah. I think that Tethertail, they kind of, they know that they're going for a long trip, and there's a very short montage of them walking that kind of normal routine. They stop by a cafe, they go pick up a little bit of extra glitter for the trip, saying goodbye to people who, has not been quiet about the fact that there's going to be this trip out. I'm not sure who scowls uh, at Tethertail as they're making this final goodbye to remember home with. But it doesn't really leave them as they're sauntering over, hand of glitter, sack full of various bits and bobs to take on the trip, sauntering over to the Endeavor building.
Hey, Margaret.
Yeah.
This is like a reference to a thing that's going to be in a later prompt on this page, but I'm going to prompt it now. I think part of the reason why I'm haunted is that my whole life I've had a condition where I have these vivid and often like kind of scary dreams that I have no control over. I think I'm still relatively young, but it's been like the thing that my parents have always been concerned about. Like, I've had to like miss school, I've had to miss stuff because sometimes I just get too stressed out by my like weird dreams.
Mhm.
What did I dream of last night?
Oh, what a great question.
On the eve of our great journey.
I think that you dreamed of the launch, and I think the launch starts out very normal. And I know we're going to collaboratively describe the liftoff as it goes on. But I think there's that like very classic like spaceship scene of everybody like leaning back in their um, like in their chairs and like like the G forces or whatever pushing on them. Um, and as you continue up and up and up, I think like there's supposed to be a point where like the G forces stop. But instead, you feel in your dream them keep getting stronger and stronger until your chair is sort of ripped out of the back of this rocket ship, and you land not in space, but in a sort of version of the moat that is not colorful or um, you know, there's no vines, there's no trees, but you can kind of like tell the general like shape of the geography is in our like city. But everything is in grayscale. And even when you look down at yourself, it's in grayscale. And then you wake up.
Oof. I wake up
Yikes.
and sigh. I sit up. Or we're like cats, so we're probably like all curled up. Do we walk on 4 legs or 2?
Depends on the mood.
I do like the idea of depends on the mood. Like if tired, it's like 4, and then if it's like, oh, I need to be presentable, it's like 2.
Yeah.
How many limbs do we have?
5 technically, because we have prehensile tails that we can use for.
Mm.
Unless you think we have extra.
I was thinking we might have 6 plus the tails.
Ooh.
Which would let us
Seven's a good
walk
number.
around like cats and also have hands available.
Yeah.
Huh.
Love that. Well then, I stand straight up and I drink a glass of water. And I go hug my mom. She knows what's up. She knows that, we've tried everything. And I'm still haunted by these dreams, so we're gonna have to take some extreme measures to see if I can, live a happy, normal life. But going out into the cosmos, I'll probably get more questions than answers. So, who's to say how this is going to affect my temperament moving forward? Yeah, and do we wear clothes?
I'm wearing overalls.
Okay, yeah.
And,
Then I
and
put on my
we have
little.
several hats. Yeah.
Yeah, I probably put on my little jacket that was or like Wondrous Endeavor jacket, looking sharp, and I head out.
Yeah, if we're just gonna go in order here, I think Mittens is at his home. I think there's like a short scene of him, like there's a bunch of doohickeys and doodads. I love me a good doohickey. That seemed to be like reading something, right? Some sort of nonsense. And it's like we see like the display screens on them, like the like a wiggleometer or something, right? Like measuring sort of slight variations in sort of this. I mean, we can see this stuff, but it's nice to have like a visualization for like the numeric values and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think it's like that, and then like a paw comes in from off screen and just swipes it into a big knapsack, basically. And yeah, Mittens is wearing the rock on his head and swiping stuff into what just looks like a big like Santa knapsack. with no apparent care whatsoever towards the the things in the knapsack. And yeah, and I think is just sort of like it looks like a homemade lab or something. And just sort of like rushes up the stairs. And yeah, I think we get like a shot of a home that's been unused for a while. Just like you could tell there's a reason that he's going on this journey that's maybe not just, you know, maybe doesn't want to admit that. And yeah, he says, "Oh crap," and like looks at like a clock. I don't know what the clock in this culture would look like, but and is like, and basically does the anime thing of grabbing some food and running out the door, right? But yeah,
Oh no, I'm gonna be late to going to space.
gotta get my toast. Yeah.
A very complex hourglass full of glitter.
Yes, a glitter hourglass. Yeah,
Mm.
absolutely.
I've always wanted a glitter hourglass. I'm sure those exist. Someone has to make them in the real world. I believe in them. In Etsy, basically. I believe in Etsy.
Yeah.
Am I going next or is Margaret?
Oh,
This is kind of freeform. Whoever's
yeah.
got ideas.
Are you ready? I could go. I could
Sure,
do
I
a
can
scene.
go.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I think we see alluvial in it looks like a living room. I don't know what exactly a living room looks like, but like their culture's equivalent of a living room.
A lot of
Um,
sunlight.
Yeah, definitely a lot of sunlight. And I think any furniture has been like pushed over to the side, and alluvial has a huge array of notebooks and measuring instruments laid out, and is like going over and making sure that Faye has everything Faye needs for this, and is very carefully organizing Fair backpack. I think probably has done this like 3 times now, and this is just the last one, just one last check before I think this takes a really long time, but Faye manages to get out of the door just a tiny touch late, but feeling something along the lines of secure in having all of the bits and bobs that Faye needs.
Mm.
I mean, it's not like the spaceship's gonna leave without one of us.
I know.
It's like
Just
a pretty
people are
low
gonna get a
key.
little grumpy.
Yeah.
For sure.
I can go next, unless I think Rose. Are you? Would I be the last one, or Rose? You haven't gone, have you?
Oh, I have.
Oh, you have. Oh, am I the last one then? That's good.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Uh yeah. I think we open on whatever sort of the cat equivalent of a studio apartment is. Um.
A nice box.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
nice box. There's a nice box. I think there's not a lot of light, not as many sunbeams as they might like, but you know, it works. It's fine. There's no like there's no furniture. There's not really anything. But there's a lot of takeout boxes, kind of, and an alarm clock. And I think that like we see Lemon wake up, and I think actually I don't think we see Lemon wake up. I think that Lemon has not slept. Um, Lemon has not slept. They are just sort of like pacing around their apartment, and slowly like cleaning up the various like boxes. I think we see them, and it's very clear that she's like mid clean, but the apartment still looks kind of a mess. Um, and so eventually, uh, she sort of stops trying and just kind of like gets the things that are probably going to be gross, throws that in a garbage bag, throws it out, and then dresses up in their little. I've decided they wear a little flight suit, the little belt on it that matches the bucket hat, and heads out to the Wondrous Endeavor.
Right.
And then I jump in to describe the endeavor at this point.
Yeah. Player in charge of the
Okay.
Wondrous Endeavor describes the launch setup. Answer: Do
Yeah.
Destlings gather to watch the launch? What is the public mood?
There are about a half dozen people running around with trimming and garden shears, clipping at vines to make enough room for the ship. We're down low to the ground, so obviously there needs to be some space in the canopy to shoot the ship up from. But there isn't so much that that we can let all the birds in, right? So they're double checking, they're clearing up branches, and the relatively modest building has some communication arrays on it. There's tubing and wiring running all over the place, kind of mingled with chopped up vines.
I have a
It's
pitch, real quick.
Sure.
What if our anchor is like, it can be a water anchor, but what if it's also a sky anchor? Like when we could like drop anchor and it goes up.
Oh, like a sky ship. Oh, okay, yeah.
Like it,
So there are two cables coming off from the ship, one of them going up into the sky already to like help pull us up, and the other, which is a ratcheted under tension, like basically sling to whip the ship out as if it's a cat toy.
hell yeah.
And inside, a much more like 60s NASA-esque control room, a bunch of terminals and panels, but instead of a crew of like 2 or 3 dozen people, you have maybe 4 who are manning multiple stations at once. Papers kind of cluttered everywhere or like put up to stuff, and just running through the checks and trying to cover multiple bits at once.
Excellent. Did you talk about if people gather to watch or not?
I bet there are some, sure. I don't imagine it's even most of the town. A like between 50 and 100 people kind of in an area where they seem to be out of the way and able to watch.
I'm imagining a grumpy old cat looking out the window as we set up the
Mhm.
launch, being like, "Oh, youth these days, so sensitive."
Just like another clump of vines come down and they like shake their head disparagingly,
Got to go to space to talk about their feelings.
Mhm. Um,
Back in my day, we just moved across town.
Back in my day, we just spent a year walking through the empty basins where the oceans used to be.
but they're also, bright-eyed people for whom this would be their first launch. So there is a little bit of that, especially when people are like pushing up to the front of the crowd.
It would be funny to think about like like cosmic exploration being like a youth culture thing.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, go watch NASA on Twitch,
Yeah. All right. Everybody describes how their cosmonauts are feeling. Consider evoking their curiosity and/or the mission. Some of the cosmonauts may have dreamed of the forgotten ones or the tides of uncertainty. So ask the relevant player for an omen. That's what I was mentioning earlier about doing a prompt in advance. I'm assuming we've all like trained for this together and we all know each other.
Yeah.
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 So like what's the vibe as we're getting set up?
Yeah, I mean, maybe if people don't agree, maybe, let me know, but we've all been friends for a while, right?
Mhm.
I assume.
It'd be interesting if we're all kind of around the same age, like we all kind of like grew up together.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it is a youth culture thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, we're definitely the new crop, right?
Yeah.
Like there's older people within the Endeavor, like, but like the explicit like excitement about it is more of a youth culture thing.
Yeah, they're currently
Hmm.
sprinting around mission control.
Mhm.
Young cats just got the Zunies. They gotta go to space.
Mhm.
Um, I think I know where Tethertail is. If I can also join in with Salt. Um, where's
Mhm.
where's Alluvial, and where does Tethertail find them with a bag of glitter from the market?
Um, I think that Alluvial wants to be on Wave Rider as soon as Faye can, like knows exactly where Faye is supposed to go, and he's there and is sitting and waiting and looking. I think you can tell that Faye is putting on an air of confidence, but is in fact incredibly anxious.
So like, is in the room right before like the walk up to the ship, or is
Yeah, is
Yeah.
as close to on the ship as Faye can get.
and Tethertail kind of like presses some gunmetal glitter into Fair hands, and then cracks open some gold for themselves and just says, "We get one more strut. Come on, we got to make it good." Ugh.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and then
Thank
just like
you.
goes in and really glosses and shines up their own fur. Helmet
What
under
if
one arm,
we
like trying to
help
project glory.
put
Yeah.
glitter on each other?
Oh,
That's a thing that
Oh.
is
I
done.
didn't want to author that unless you were good for it. But yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
totally.
absolutely.
Oh, like the way
Yeah.
cats give each other like baths, like kind of thing. Yeah, that's fun.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
Glitter
no,
bath.
a little bit more behind the ears. Come on.
Mhm. Mhm.
And just like uh Tethertail is like puffing their chest out a little bit, helmet under one arm, like propaganda poster shot, is like ready to strut. Um
Yeah.
next to Luffy just like wants us to be on the ship and get on with it. It's like, okay, we
Yeah,
finally get to do it.
Alluvial is like watching and like kind of trying to do the propaganda poster strut, but I don't think is succeeding. Is looking way too eager.
Just 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 walk on your back four and keep an even pace. You get it. We got it.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
Speaking of propaganda struts and Alluvial being impatient about us getting all on board, Vanilla is not on the ship yet.
Uh-huh.
They're outside talking to kittens that are like
Oh,
watching and are excited about this launch, and they're doing the whole like press campaign of like, yeah, we're gonna go up there, we're gonna figure out some stuff about ourselves, and then maybe we can find some water. Wouldn't that be fun? And then like some of the kids are like, ew, water's icky.
if Tethertail catches wind of this, it's going to be like the moment that they feel put together, strut up to join Vanilla Moon and do like the wave at the crowd, smile, answer some questions, kind of stuff. It's like, oh yeah, absolutely eating up the press junket energy.
I'm not like worried about like the technical components of this. I've already done all of the like launch calculations and they're all already programmed into the computer.
Mhm.
So I'm just like, trying to get the
Mhm.
most out of my last moment here before we shoot ourselves into space towards who knows what.
I think at this very moment, like you see Mittens come sort of be like, pardon me, coming up through the crowd as you're like addressing the kittens and stuff, and just with like this huge sort of sack on his back, and he's like, sorry I'm late. I lost track of the time.
Oh, you're good. We're all just relaxing. Cut to Alluvial.
Alluvial just like sort of now that the cameras following Tethertail are gone is sort of just like bouncing on Fair feet. Like it's so antsy looking.
Since you have record keeping, I'm imagining you looking at like the schedule and being like, "Yo, we're 7 minutes behind."
Yeah, I know.
Geologist luck day one. We're late. Come on.
I think that Lemon got here a little bit before, actually. Because I think Lemon was like super eager. I think I maybe said they were late before, but I've changed my mind. Um, and so I think that Lemon is doing like a once over on the ship. And sort of at this moment is when everyone else is sort of doing their like PR stuff. I think Lemon comes down out of the ship and starts talking also with the little ones.
Mhm.
But has a little bit of like grease on their little paws and on their tail, on the tip of their tail. Um,
I'm imagining
Oh.
that you had to like pull a stowaway kitten out of a compartment.
Oh,
yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. 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 Yes.
Aw.
Yes, yes, yes.
Just like a little
Now, all
kitten
right,
covered in
little one.
fucking grease. You're like,
Yeah. It's not your time yet. You have to wait till you grow a little bit bigger. Then you can come with us. Okay.
you have to wait till you have trauma.
oh. You have to
Not
wait until you
ready
really
yet.
feel the gravity so that you can escape it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Need to get the sign off from your cat therapist.
Oh.
Oh. Why do therapy when you can go into the stars?
Yeah.
God, I love that
That's
our astronaut
Lemon. Margaret
training
loves
That's-
therapy. Just as
Dustlings-
I'm an endorser.
Dustlings will literally go to space instead of going to a therapist.
God. I love that to prove that they're really willing to go to space, that astronaut training is just like weeks of intensive therapy.
And we help you
No,
in any other way. No, apparently not. Okay, you can go.
Excellent. I think we should keep moving. The players should then collaboratively decide on the first cosmic object to visit. Choosing where to go next should always be a group decision, regardless of whose turn it is. Does anybody have thoughts about like where we end up first? I will say, while this is an intention but not an absolute, the order in which the cosmic objects are pitched are sort of meant to be like things that are like closer to the moat versus things that are farther away.
Mm.
So like
Mhm.
on the side of the playboard here, I have all of the cosmic objects. So like the first 8 with the like blue vines in the back are the closer things, etc.
Yeah, I think we should do the classics. I think we should go to the moon.
I was just thinking the moon too. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got 2 moons, but
Yeah.
you know the main moon.
Yeah, the main
Oh.
the main moon.
What's the second moon? Did I miss
The
something?
second moon is an inconsistent moon.
Oh, yeah, wow, it's in the name and I missed that. Wow.
You're good. You're good.
But yeah, watchful iota would be the classic moon.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do the watchful iota. I'm into it.
One of the prompts is mysterious symbols, and we have a semiotician aboard, so I think that's cool. I'm gonna plop this down here for cosmic object number 1. And we'll come back to that in a sec, because first we need to describe the launch. So everybody collaborates to describe liftoff, and then the omnipresent danger is subsequently provoked. So we're going to describe liftoff, and then I'm going to describe the danger that we need to overcome immediately.
Okay. There's really good audio of like the Apollo series launches where they just go, like ecom go, operations go, telemetry go, except we're so deeply understaffed that it's like econ go. It's just like it's like someone is running to the other terminal.
Like the same
Just, like,
person who is
fix it.
ecom is also ecom too. Like they have to run.
Just-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flipping through the pages is just like, all right, orbital go. It just like throws to someone else to the other side of the room and then comes back to them and they're just like clacking away at a computer board. It's like, right, yep, okay, temp check, go.
I
The
pressed the
safety
button that,
levers
like,
are.
okay.
Oh, I was just gonna say the safety levers are like all the way across the room from each other. Like, oops, we might have overlooked that kind of way.
God, like the office was definitely put together when they were like expecting to have more support and a bigger crew, and they just don't.
Mhm.
Ugh.
I press the button that automates all of the stuff that I pre-programmed, and then I pull a little like bag out of my jacket that has whatever the like catnip equivalent to Dustlings is, and I like stick my paw in and then lick one of my claws and kind of. Anybody else need a little bit of a
Already?
stimulant?
Yeah,
I
fuck
could
it.
use, yeah, could use some for sure.
It always helped me with high G training.
Can't say I've ever done high G training.
Yeah, high group therapy training.
High group therapy. Yeah.
The G stands for the
Ah.
gravity of interpersonal connection.
What you have to admit,
The
yeah.
gravity of one's ego. Yeah.
The G stands for the gravity of what you've done.
I think that Lemon has like a bunch of like switches and dials in front of their and like little meters. I think that like very all like clicky and like buttons, not touch screens, like old like the equivalent of what looks like a how like old computers had like green text on them. I think in this world that's like sort of an orange color.
Mm.
And so just like a bunch of orange graphs everywhere. It is just sort of like clicking things, pawing things. All 7 limbs are being used right now as they make sure that all the readings look correct from their side.
Mm. I think Alluvial is not piloting, but is like
Oh, you're co-pilot for sure, right?
I was thinking is like frantically writing down everything that's happening for like history or whatever. Just like I think a combination of like writing and speaking into a recorder, like everything that Faye is watching the rest of the crew do.
Imagine you as like a Agent Dale Cooper with your like little recorder, feeling. All right,
Aw.
Diane, I'm leaving the moat. It is 6:48 a.m. and
Yeah. I think maybe I've been thinking of Faye as like a grad student sort of deal and is maybe like addressing fair records to fair professor.
I love the
I
idea
don't
that
know
we're
who
all
the
grad
professor
students.
is yet, but
Yeah.
mm.
Good shot of Tethertail just like kind of elbowing Alluvial in the second scene. Go ahead. What's the gauge say for pressure? We good?
Looks up, puts down the notebook, looks over at the gauge, flicks it. Yeah, looks right. All systems nominal.
Yep. We're set. Checks the seatbelt one more time. Make sure that the helmet's on right, and then just hands gripping the steering kind of controls. Really itching for it.
Mm.
Rose,
I think
I'm curious.
Alluvial is grinning. Had equivalent of grinning, super happy.
Cats can grin.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
it's a little vicious, but
Yeah, it's usually a bad thing.
Yes, I mean, whatever. I don't know enough about cat communication, but is doing the cat equivalent of looking so excited.
Butt
Rose,
wiggle.
what is the like mechanic of how we lift off?
I think. Oh,
Oh, go ahead.
I think this is probably for the Endeavor to answer, probably, right?
So
I mean,
that
I
would
don't
be
know.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's we've got the sling under tension, so when the countdown sets, it's going to just kind of shoot us forward. At the same time, the sky anchor is gonna reel and pull us up a little bit, like cutting through the canopy and just breaking out into a pretty steady ascent once we get through the tree line.
Excellent. Okay. So we need to get to the moon, which means that we need to provoke the omnipresent danger on the way there. And I am the omnipresent danger. So I'm going to decide what peril we are put in as we lift off. Did we say that the weather was pretty clear?
We
Yeah,
did,
I think so.
Yeah, something really strange happens that like the further up we get, the cloudier and cloudier it seems. Which is like kind of weird because it it looked like a nice clear sky from ground level. But I think the first danger that we're in is those like clouds that were spoken of by other cosmonauts. And I think that who knows how the tides of uncertainty works, but like this is a big emotional moment for all of us, and it seems like the universe is reacting to us and giving us a trial. And I think the clouds start to billow like in high orbit, and we only have our like sensor readings to know where we are because we lose all visual information. And we need to decide which of our features we expend. It's probably the anchor based off of how we've described all of this.
Yeah. Like we keep getting pulled on the line up through the clouds. And you start to, there's more turbulence to it, right? But we're kind of just like, all right, it's pulling that way. Turn into where the anchor's leading a little bit. Try to feel the tension as it's yanking the ship along.
Yeah, if there's tension like amongst everybody, if everybody's feeling a little bit nervous, I think I'll speak up and with a smile say, "Hey, everybody, just trust my calculations. We got this."
These clouds
Is
are really weird.
is is cutting through a cloud like noisy, or is it just like the shake of the ship?
I feel like there is a resistance to it. It's
For
almost
sure.
like we've like entered like a body of water or something like that.
Like bullets entering like the ballistic gel or whatever kind of thing.
Sort of.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Lemon is yelling out like a bunch of numbers, like a very like sci-fi scene of like pressure on the hull is X, we're seeing blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know if
Yeah.
anyone's paying attention to her, but that's what she's doing.
I think
Tethertail is like listening to it and trying to feel it out at the same time. So balancing that is proving maybe to be a little tough.
Yeah.
I'm gonna highlight a spent thing in red so we know that it's been used.
Sounds good.
Okay.
And do we
Cool.
just need to use the one to clear this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we feel like my calculations were good enough to get us out of this, or do you think there's like a little bit more complication to this?
I think it because it's like moving through fluid, that the straight path doesn't really hold. We get bowed deep into like a kind of wavy arc. And I think that it feels like it takes longer because we're spending more time in it.
Yeah. I curiously go to one of the like viewing ports, and I think in the like water of this cloud, I see like little creatures swimming around.
Oh my god, our first fish.
And I'm just looking astonished, like the little guy that side drew on the cover of this. Anybody else have any things they want to get out of this scene, or should we call that there?
I think Mittens is just doing his best to distract himself from the potential impending doom by burying his face in a book. Just like pulls one out of this big sack. It also, like, I think offers some, if anybody else wants something to distract themselves, just has like a small stack of books in there.
We're lifting off from
Yeah,
our planet, and there's like this amazing view, and you're just like head in a book.
I gotta be prepared. I think it's like a book about like language or something, right? For the semiotic stuff. But yeah.
Mm. Yeah, I think Alluvial has gotten up to go look out this viewport as well, and is continuing to scribble notes at a potentially you don't understand how Faye is writing at an even faster pace, but is just like pages and pages of notes already.
Hey, you can't all be at the same window. It's gonna list the ship.
Oh, sorry. Scampers
I can
over
see it. It's
to
the monitor. It's the
another
torque.
window.
No, it's fine. I'll work it out. Just be quick.
If I'm perfectly in the middle of the ship, is it gonna be okay, or do I?
No, it's just about way to. And then there's like we reach the end of the anchor, but we're not through the clouds yet, again, because it's taken too long. So we were being like pushed around in this kind of wavy fashion, and then suddenly there's like the sensation of running over a flat tire. And Tethertail just shit, and like throws a switch to cut the anchor loose, and it's gone.
Excellent. I think this is a perfect moment to take a break. Is everybody good with that? Take a 10?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
10 sounds good.
And then we'll start exploring space.
So time zone 08.
Yeah, we're 2 hours in, so I
Mhm.
might want to reduce the mission target as we go, but let's follow the vibe. follow the wiggles.
Exactly. As long as we're wiggling,
Mm.
we're good.
Yeah.
The wigs
Never
up.
stop wiggling, y'all. Never stop wiggling.
Hang on, I gotta embed that a little bit better. Devin, you're still muted.
Whoops. I was just doing a whole spiel, but I was muted. Okay, we are back live. This is returning to our Pale Dot game as part of the Roll Plus Bond 5th anniversary charity stream, where we are raising money for medical aid for Palestinians. Link in the chat, as well as selling a celebratory T-shirt, which is raising money for the National Network of Abortion Funds. With an excellent design featuring references to games made by community members of the Roll Plus Bond community, also designed by a Roll Plus Bond community member. We are currently at 3,775 pounds out of our
Whoa.
current 4,500 goal. Freaking
Yay.
wild. And there's a couple donations that I need to read out. We got anonymous for $10 or 10 pounds that says, thanks for doing this. Keep it up, folks. We got one from our good buddy Cy Sweetman, who says, hits bong, heck yeah, dustlings, free Palestine. It's true, very true. We got two from Fool Inc., one for 10, one for 314. And they say 3.5K hype, hell yeah. And one from Phi T Hazard for 25, who says, as a fan of Friends of the Table, I'm a big advocate for the cause. Love y'all. Good job. Catch Beam Saber at 8 EST. I believe that is tomorrow. And I think Philo Hazard is running a game of Beam Saber for Austin Ramsey, the creator of Beam Saber. So that's going to be
Oh, no
fun
way.
for sure. The the mythical GM gets to play their own game session. Yeah, let's get back into this. I should also say, if you're enjoying the music in between, that is the actual official soundtrack for this game that was composed by me. There's only 3 tracks on it right now, but I'm working on more, and hope to update that soon. Anyways, our dustlings have just left home for the first time. We have propelled through our orbit, gone through a strange cloud full of fish, and we erupt out of the cloud on the other side, and we are in open space and are currently headed towards our moon, Watchful Iota. All right, so this is the first time we're actually interacting with the main mechanic of this game, 2 hours in. But this definitely the vibe of this community. We make every game. We savor games. That's what we do.
Mhm.
It's all
Anyways,
about
I
the
should
flavor.
briefly. Yeah. Oh, great flavors. Taste great together.
It
Anyways,
is all play.
how this works, we're traveling to these different cosmic objects. There's 24 of them. We're definitely not going to go to 24 of them. But the first one we're hitting up is Watchful Iota. And if you see here on the prompt, it says the wondrous endeavor in square brackets. That means that Rose is going to get to describe what this moon looks like as we approach it. So the main setting element in the brackets basically just talks about like the approach and describing like our first impressions of the place. And then you can see that there are a brief description of the place and then 5 prompts. And 4 of those prompts are associated with specific setting elements. And what that means with the prompts is that if we choose that prompt and make a scene out of it, the corresponding prompt will get to earn a token to use for their move if they can incorporate that setting element into the scene. Also, each cosmic object has any setting element prompt. So if we feel like we need to get a specific token for a specific element, we can just choose whatever for the 5th prompt. So, Rose, tell us about our approach, and then Allie is going to pick the first prompt as the first one in order.
Sure. So, we find the kind of like break in the clouds after a long ascent, and Iota sits kind of in the eye of it, almost as if the storm is breaking. It's a fairly small object by celestial standards. It's not perfectly round. You could probably walk around it in a day, given good effort. And it's dotted with other little marks of stops from other treks out into the expanse. Crucially, Iota is glitterless, unlike the jungles and the people that live in it on Moat. It is a almost somber stretch of purples and blues and rolling kind of hills. It sits at the cusp of the black expanse of space.
And what about this eye?
Oh, the eye. It's almost an irreverent joke. Some people think that some of the early cosmonauts kind of like drew it on so that when you looked up at the moon, you could see that people had been there, shut out any disputes. But there are people who swear that they've seen the damn thing blink, so hard to know whether or not they drew it or felt compelled by it. They weren't really big into explaining themselves when they came back.
I bring that up because the description of the cosmic object is the Moat's largest moon has a massive crater that is curiously eye-shaped.
Eye-shaped. Found the
Also,
right-shaped crater for it and filled it in.
So we already got the cat. I was about to post the six-legged cat that we got posted in the chat earlier.
Yes, I did that while you guys were talking.
Awesome.
So do I pick a prompt then?
Yeah.
Okay. I kind of want to do the pupil and the iris just because I think that's the most interesting part of this moon here. Yeah, I think that's what the prompt is here. Yeah.
Yes, give me a token for fucked up dreams. Sorry, that was such a sinister cackle. I wasn't really.
It wasn't sinister. It was just kind of goblin coded.
Yeah, goblin
Yeah. If you're playing along in bingo and you haven't checked off goblin mode, that's fine to check off now. I don't think I have it on my bingo.
I did see that one going around. Anyways, Ali, do you have an idea about like what the scene looks like? The prompt says the pupil and the iris, an unexpected impact.
Yeah.
And I should also reiterate these prompts. You can interpret them literally however you want. So it could be the impact of what made this crater, or it could be an impact, like an emotional impact, or
Interesting. I think the unexpected impact, because we've established the math has been very clear, right? Well, actually, we did get kind of the clouds did complicate things. I think it is a physical impact.
Is this our landing?
This is our landing, yeah.
Calling my skills into question already. We just got
There are some things, you threw maybe a little bit off through the weight
the anchor
shifting.
got wrapped around the landing gear.
Everyone was standing on one side of the ship, and it made us crash. Probably, honestly.
we all gathered at the window to look.
But yeah, I don't think it's like we don't like crash and explode or something. But I think like the very interesting about this thing about this is that we do like land right in the center of the iris, and it's like, what are the chances? Right? And I think that is a lot bigger than we imagined it to be. At least from the ground looking up, right?
Are we a people that like believe strongly in like serendipity and like kind of just like I talked about earlier, like feeling like the universe is responding to us?
I like the idea of being very spontaneous, like especially with the moving around a lot thing, like being very spontaneous in specific ways, obviously, but yeah, like spontan, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, especially if there's kind of like a culture of going about to make a decision, it it feels like that finding something out on that trip would be important.
Hmm. Yeah, and like I do think there is something. I don't want to say religious because I don't think that we established much in terms of religion, but it's like a very much like the idea of things happen for a reason or something, right?
Oh yeah,
And
I think
so
we're a
it's
very
like
spiritual people, but not a religious one.
yes, yeah, absolutely. And so like the fact that we landed where we did is like it's not an accident in our eyes, at least, right? But yeah, I think like we sort of crash land. It's not a crash land in the sense that the ship explodes, but um, and this is a massive crater. And like this iris at the center is like a perfect stone like sphere. You know what I
Can I
mean?
can I add
Ooh.
like a little bit of flavor?
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
we there's like a big skid mark from the ship, but it just glides along the pattern of the iris. It doesn't like
Oh,
we don't make it
Mm.
an odd line. We don't deviate from the mark.
yeah. It's like a little bit of a curve to it to like accentuate the eye, kind of.
Yeah. Obviously, the ship was tilting to one side because everyone was on it, so we needed a curve.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's like it's like a massive crater. Um, yeah.
I feel like we slow to a stop though, and everybody takes a deep breath that they're still alive.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And I
Okay.
say, I stand up straight and I say, I told y'all to trust my equations.
You should have trusted them
I
enough
think
to stay in your seat.
well, if your equations were so good, then why am I pulling out my wrench and my screwdriver to go roll? To go roll? I was thinking about rolling dice, which we don't do here. Um,
No,
no
I
dice
mean I'm not going to
rolling.
stop you.
um, to go adjust the outer panel, and you just see like a big flashing beep 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 in the corner.
So this is literally the Outer Wilds experience: is pretty much crash landing on every single place that you go and having to immediately get out and fix
Truly.
it.
Truly.
Tethertail like groans and just says, "Oh, I'll go give you a hand."
I'm like, hey,
Appreciate it.
my math can't predict clouds. That was an unexpected situation.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Well, okay, I'll consider it for next time. It looked like a pretty clear day to me.
Grumbles and clambers out of the ship.
Yes,
Um,
those clouds were very strange.
Allie, I do want to mention
Strange, not
oh, sorry.
strange. Next time, at least take into account the possibility of strangeness.
Or give a guy a warning. I mean, sheesh.
Allie, I do want to mention, since we're here in our first cosmic object and our first prompt, as the leader of this prompt, you can choose if you want to either try to gain a resource or gain a key, which will then provoke the danger, and we need to spend traits to deal with it.
I say go for the key right away, right?
Yeah. I mean, we are at this serendipitous object. You've already kind of set us up to be in an important place.
Yeah. I think going for the key. No, sorry, maybe I'm a little bit less read up than I should be, but what does that entail? Is there so I guess that
There
would
will
just
be
mean that
a
we provoke, right?
Yeah, so the idea of getting a
Okay.
key is that like we're either finding a clue towards our mission or having some impactful experience that helps us with our mission that we will then record, and we're looking to get a number of keys equal to our mission target to set off the like finale game.
I think I want to ask the person in charge of wait, hold on. Let me find it again. Yeah, I think I want to ask the person in charge of Tides of Uncertainty, which is the associated with this prompt, is like what's up with the iris part of this? Like what could possibly be in the center of this? Like
Okay, that is me. I need to finish chewing my snack. I'm so sorry. I'll get with you in
You're-
just a second.
you're good, you're good.
Do we start like heading out of the ship and like are we walking towards the pupil in the center?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think we're close enough that yeah, I think actually
Yeah.
like maybe Mittens is the one who like steps out and says, "Guys, look how I mean, we got so close to it, like if we're here for a while, might as well, right?"
Yeah.
Kind
Yeah.
of
The moon,
low key
Yeah.
the
excited
moon's
a
not
little
that
bit.
big, you know.
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
think Alluvial is gonna rush out ahead and like be like, okay, I'll call you if I see anything.
Yeah, for sure. So I was just reading over. So to make sure that I'm understanding my role here, I will get a token when I what's the word I'm looking for? Insert myself in terms of the tides of uncertainty into a scene, which means I get to induce strange, surreal, and symbolic occurrences that seem like magic. Paint the
Totally. So
scene with
yeah,
quantum weirdness. Okay,
yeah, the way the two moves work is one generates the tokens and one is the expenditure of the tokens.
got it. That makes sense. So the first one I should be adding quantum weirdness or something like that. That makes sense.
Exactly.
Okay. What is going on with the iris?
I'm sure there's lots of
Um,
like sort of spiritual association with this moon because it's like in our sky, it's like watching us. Whether we think it's watching us protectively or ominously, that's for us to decide.
mhm.
The way I kind of imagine it physically, if it helps too, is like a big, basically a sphere. It's not like a half sphere. It's like in the crater, it's a big orb. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Okay, you'll have to remind me because I heard y'all talking, but I was looking at the thing. So who ran out first to go look?
Alluvial did
Yeah, that's what I
using
figured.
their scouting trait.
Yeah, yeah. So I think what Faye sees is Faye heads out towards the orb. There is sort of like you have to. Are they? So we're on the surface of the orb, and we're heading towards the pupil. Okay. Um, I think maybe as Faye heads towards the pupil, um, Faye notices like that the ground begins to sort of shift. It starts going downwards and downwards. Um, and the pupil itself, even though it looks like it's maybe just a darker patch of mineral or something else, is actually, I think we described this moon as being quite like dusty, sort of like our Earth moon, maybe a little bit, right? Not particularly plant driven, not sparkly.
Yeah, but yeah,
Yeah.
explicitly not sparkly.
Yeah, matte in color for sure.
Yeah. I think as Faye approaches the pupil, what Faye sees is that it's not a change in rock, it's not a change in anything else. It's a hedge maze. The hedges are maybe 2 times taller than any structure Faye's seen back on the moat. Um, and
Mm-hmm.
the leaves of the hedge are thick and sort of waxy almost. And there's just an entrance that Faye can go in.
I don't think Faye enters yet. I think
Mhm.
Faye does want to not split us up when we might get lost, but will like take a clipping of the leaf, press it into her notebook, kind of write down, like maybe collect a little vial full of the dust and label it, and sort of is looking around curiously and trying to think of all of the little things that you wouldn't usually pay attention to those, that sort of stuff.
Where like do you take like a single leaf from like right in front of you or like closer to the ground?
I think takes one from like right next to the entrance, probably at about
Mhm.
eye level, just as that's like the natural place to reach.
That makes sense. Yeah, for sure. Um, when Faye looks back, there is no clipping. Neither in Olivia's hands nor on the hedge. So there's like clearly an exit, like the leaf has disappeared, but you don't have the clipping anymore.
Writes this down, takes another one from like right next to it.
It
Does
disappears.
this happen again? Okay.
Disappears, but you see that there's a leaf bud in the like first place that you clipped from.
I think by this time
Like,
the rest of us catch up.
writing. Sure, yeah. Well, hi everybody. There's something strange going on with these leaves. If I reaches out, takes a clipping, see if it's in my hand, cuts, moves the hand away, it's gone. I
They have
don't know
leaves
what's
up here?
happening. They have leaves up here,
Yeah, well, I didn't see
and
this on
they're
the
really
approach.
weird.
Ugh,
Huh, they must not breathe oxygen.
do they even
Can I?
move?
Must not.
I think Mitten sort of reaches over and just tries to like take a deep sniff of the leaf, like trying to place some sort of scent to it.
I mean, do we have like helmets on?
Yeah, wait a minute. We're on the moon.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, actually, no. I think it's a
But you
symbolic
do
sniff.
smell it.
Oh.
Mm,
You do smell it. What is your character's most beloved scent from back home?
Oh, that's a good question. I think it is. That's a good question. Vanilla. I think it's vanilla.
Like me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, cute.
It's like
It smells like vanilla. In your helmet.
Oh. Hey, it doesn't smell that bad actually.
You can smell it. That's wild.
Yeah, it smells like
Yeah.
vanilla. Not like you, like sorry, not like you, but like the flower. I meant the flower.
I know, I understand. I'm named after it.
Mm.
So, if we want to acquire a key out of this, we're gonna have to provoke the danger, and we'll have to spend 3 traits to overcome it.
hey,
So,
you know what's
are
a
we interested
really
in that?
yeah, I have a hunch of what the danger
Mhm.
is. Um, do you know what's a really rough thing to be harried by in a maze where you can't see the tops? The horrible carnivorous bird that can fly over it.
Oh my god, yeah.
We're getting away from the bird. Oh no.
But why would a
Yeah,
bird be up on the moon?
I mean,
There's no air for it to fly in.
sure, but
I
maybe these
actually really
birds
But
because
here
like
it is.
yeah.
Oh no, I'm not saying don't do this. I'm
Oh
going,
no.
ah.
Uh-huh.
I
It's good.
I really like it too because I think we said it earlier that like we don't know where the birds came from, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Which
fuck.
has like, oh shit, maybe they're moon birds. I don't know.
This like labyrinth might be like a nest,
Yeah.
but it's like a weird magic
Mhm.
nest because it was like had disappearing leaves.
Mm-hmm. If you continue observing the leaves, two grows back in the place that you cut it from. That's the final section of the symbol.
Got a hydra.
Mhm.
We got a hydra bush.
Hydra bush or
Yeah,
Bush that,
hydro
gro-
bush.
bush that
Ooh.
grows back too quick and that we
Alluvial
can't
is
receive. Rough.
Alluvial is obviously frustrated that Faye can't take a actual sample, but is writing all this down. Every single tiny little detail of frustration.
Um, Tethertail looks up at the hedge maze, still wearing the birds fear me, wiggles want me hat under their helmet. Just goes, yep, goes in.
I think we have to go in because I think we
Yeah.
see like dark wings like flapping above us. And
Uh-huh.
I don't think this bird looks like what we're used to. I think it's like the
Oh.
same general shape and almost as if our mind is like making up the difference on something and like inserting that shape to make it make more sense to us. Because there's like
Yeah,
strange,
yeah.
strange
Is it also
quantum creature hunting us, and
is
our
it also
like
just the
fear brain
wrong
is going.
size?
Oh yeah, it's bigger.
Uh-huh.
It's just way too big. Yeah.
The
Mhm.
bird from Mario Sunshine. God, yeah.
So yeah, I think we head into the maze, and I think it gets extremely dark within the maze.
Mm.
All
I
right,
think
so we're in
that
peril, and we're gonna have to spend 3 traits to overcome this situation.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Are we using salt?
Oh, I was moving straight into I would like to use my record keeping trait. I think this is Alluvial doing two things to make sure that we don't get lost in the maze. I think has eh, um like a string like from that one Greek myth. Um carries a string with them or with us and then also is writing down every turn we take in the notebook. Both of those to try and ensure that we don't get lost, that we can get out of here.
Totally.
That's not how to.
Does
I didn't
anybody
click
else
enough
think they have
times and
a
it
relevant trait?
moved. Okay.
Um.
Oh, you go first.
No, please, after you.
I was gonna say I could use strong in terms of like, yeah, the bush grows back super fast, but just like brute forcing through some parts or something. You know what I mean? Like just holding them open as they grow back, or attempting to, at least.
At least within my knowledge, this will be the second time somebody has Kool-Aid Man through a hedge maze in this charity stream alone.
You know what? We do it for the legacy. Yeah.
Um,
Kool-Aid.
and if I can play into it, God, the fastest way to get to the center of the maze is to be completely confident that it's the right choice, even despite the predator bird. I think I'm gonna bird naive. It's just like, yep, no, this is the thing we have to do. Obviously, everyone's done this before us. Getting to the center of this horrible psychic edge maze is the right call.
Hmm.
Was that 3 traits then?
I think so.
Yes, that
Oh, I
was
gotta
Yeah.
find
record
that.
keeping, strong, and naive.
Excellent. What?
Yeah, I was
What do we
trying
find at
to
the center?
strike out,
Oh,
but this isn't working.
I was doing
It's not
red as a
visible
highlight.
enough.
Yeah, changing the colors
Yeah,
probably.
yeah. The strikeout just isn't visible enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent. So we overcome the danger and we get to the center of the labyrinth where we find something that is a clue to our journey. So what was our mission again?
Do you want me to read
Proving the
them?
worth of the endeavor, finding a new world
Mhm.
without predator birds. Well, not this one. Seek out
Well, that's a
clues
clue because
in
we've
the-
knocked out one planet. Then it's like clue, not this one. So
Well, it could be something from the Forgotten Ones or some like radio wave technology
I mean,
or both. I mean, we haven't
we're
really talked
getting
about the Forgotten Ones yet.
I like it being the
No, we
forgotten
haven't.
ones, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
is is it a really clear view of what home used to look like?
Oh,
Ooh,
Mhm.
yeah, I
I messaged
like
with that.
that. Like, sorry, what were you saying?
No, you go first.
Okay, I'm the forgotten one, so yes, I love the clear view of what it used to look like. I think, it's like, we reach the center of the maze, and I'm thinking of the mesh display in Sculpture City in Twilight Mirage, where it's
Mm.
like all of the little balls that make like a physical display, except that I think it's like colored sand. Like all of the colors of sand that are on the moat have been like transported up here.
Mm, mhm.
And it becomes like a, I think the word would be like a volumetric display, the sand like hovering in the air. And I think we see like a spinning, we see the moat from as a whole sphere, and it's covered in trees, but I think like they're deeper green than the trees that we're used to, like a deeper, darker green. And as it slowly spins above us, like a huge blue expanse comes into view. Um, and as it rotates and rotates, we eventually get, you know, the views that are like the Pacific over the Pacific Ocean, where the whole everything that's visible is ocean, basically. I think we get
Mhm.
that, and then it rotates back to the other side of this gigantic ocean that is once again like covered in deep dark green trees. A
Is this like a time
more
telescope?
intense. Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Maybe we can
Mhm.
like see seasons changing as it rotates. Like
Is it
it
is it
rotates
is it
slowly
as
when we see snow expanding and contracting.
I
is it
Mhm.
different the position we look at it from? Not like it's spinning, but where you're
Mm,
standing makes it look different?
that's a good idea. Yes, I like that. Maybe like as it's moving, we like as it rotates and you stay in one place, maybe you see like 1 year. So the seasons still expand and contract, but they like stay the same. But as you move,
Mhm.
I think as you move closer to it, it's farther back in time. So
Mhm.
maybe we enter the room and it looks about like what it looks like if we look up right now, and as we move towards it, the water level rises and the trees get deeper and greener, and there are like defined continents in a way that there aren't places that we know as sparkly dry lake beds fill up with
Mhm.
a blue.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Allie, what does the gas giant look like?
Oh, the gas giant. Oh, that's a good question. I don't think it is a gas giant when we look at it through the telescope. I think the gas it has cleared up, and it's a very very small planet at its core, right? I
Oh,
don't
so
know
it's like kind
exactly.
of two small planets orbiting each other. So like there was like a
Yeah.
twin planet that we lost.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
it's like a co-orbiting kind of deal. But you can see that it is it's very similar um to the moat. It's almost like an exact copy, except the thing is it's missing all those trees.
Oh, I have a
Um
pitch. I have a pitch.
yeah,
So
absolutely.
what if we thought it would be a gas giant because we were expecting a supermassive object based off of like the like orientation in which our orbit changed in like the
Mhm.
prehistoric times? Um, but instead of it actually being like a huge gas giant, it is a smaller planet, kind of similar size, but it's incredibly dense. So
Yeah,
that
yeah, that's
our so the moat is still orbiting it, even though it's the same size. It just happens to be like a much denser material, whatever it's made out of.
yeah, and that could contribute to like why we thought it was a gas giant is because also like the atmosphere around it is just extremely like it wouldn't be it absolutely like it's harsher than space kind of in a way, you know what I mean?
Mm,
Um
mhm.
in the sense that
Oh,
it's like a very dense chemical fog. Not even a
ooh.
fog probably isn't the right way to describe it. It's like
Not
how
to like
our planet has the gel, but it's like a denser version of that, you know?
not to like stack the deck here, but there is a cosmic object that this could be explaining. A
Ooh.
couple of them, but specifically, it's making me think of the unbelievable artifice.
Yes, yeah.
Can I dogpile on this description?
Yeah.
Um, the atmosphere would be really thick around this super dense object, right? And we see the gigantic birds like swimming and fishing through it, um, cutting through the clouds,
Mhm.
like it's a more comfortable habitat for them.
That's awesome.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
so the
Maybe the
birds
solution
maybe
isn't find
came
a world.
over.
Yeah, maybe the solution isn't finding a world without birds, but it's like finding a new world for the
For the
birds.
birds.
Oh, we
We
shipped
find
the
a planet we're
birds
like,
off to a new planet.
yeah. Dang it, their planet's actually
I'm sure
kind of
that won't
nice, but I
cause
guess
any
they get this.
problems.
Yeah. Yeah. Worry
Cool.
about the ecological
So,
impact.
for the key, I'm writing down a view of home in the past with a lost twin. Cool.
Cool.
I think that's that scene. Um,
Yeah.
just because we're approaching only 1 hour left, and we've only done one prompt.
Listen,
Uh,
I'm
but
not
it's a great
complaining.
prompt.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. We're following the Wiggles here.
Stop
The
writing a game
Wiggles.
that's so engaging that we have to take our time with it, Devin. God.
Yeah. Have you considered that if you write worse games, you wouldn't
They'll
get so
go
long to
quicker.
play them?
The idea was to like write just as much like vague evocative bullshit as possible. So glad to know it's working.
Uh,
All right. So then that would transfer to Rose in turn order. Your
uh-huh.
options here, I guess this is like depends on what we want to do because our resources are still like pretty good. We're not running out of stuff yet, so we could
Mhm.
instantly move on if we wanted to go see another place, or you can pick another prompt from this location. Also, Margaret, did you take a token for that scene?
I did take a token.
Excellent.
Um, I think we have to go chase down mysterious symbols. Um,
Let's do it.
I think we're at the center of this, and there's like clear evidence of more mechanism of the Forgotten Ones. So when like either kind of writing into the ground a sort of weird instruction on how to view this thing, or like even just tracing the line of where to stand. Um, and those lines don't stop when we leave the hedge maze. Now that we know to look for them, they like trace out over iota, um, and we have to traipse off after them somewhere else.
What do the symbols look like?
Um.
Can I explain them? Because I'm forgotten ones.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
please.
for sure.
Okay. I think they're really like swoopy. Um
I was
like
gonna
I'm
say
thinking of like
eyelashes.
I was gonna say like do you guys know what the Georgian alphabet looks like?
I'm sure I have the
No,
internet
It's
but
open.
like
Okay.
vaguely a
I
little
will
bit.
Okay. It's got like
Oh, this is cool. It looks like Elvish.
a lot
Ooh.
of round shapes and
Yeah.
like long vertical lines. Um, Let me get this image so that I can put it on stream. But it's got a lot of like round shapes and long vertical lines. Um, these just really nice curves. Um, Upload. Okay. And it. Here we go. I think this isn't exactly what they look like, but they're similar to this. I think they're a little more connected up like you might expect out of like Arabic. Um and I think they like I think they're not like solid lines that were lines of writing. I don't think we know enough to like translate it, but we can see that it's like a line of writing has instructions in it, but we can't quite tell what they say.
I think that
Um,
we've played so much with perspective already that part of the hustle of this is that you have to go to specific places to like get the shape of the letter in view. Um, you have to like go run over to this ridge so you can see what's written down inside the crater.
I like that. Like maybe the lines are both like really small, but then if you get the right perspective, you can see a giant writing that's like Nazca line sort of size.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
I think that this is like really exciting to Mittens specifically.
Mhm.
Um, just because of the whole right, like I think the book, like one of the books that he had prepared for the trip was like what we do know about the Forgotten Ones, right? And it's like trying to piece together or like adding this into the codex of what things could possibly mean, right? Um, like just piecing together like yeah, their instructions, but like is there anything we can get out of that? You know what I mean? I think like
Sorry, can you say that again?
yeah,
I was
so
typing.
you're good. Basically like being like very into the Forgotten Ones specifically, I think um like
Mhm.
has basically like a to this moment codex, like not enough to translate it. But like a codex for like what things could possibly mean is like using this to add to that. Um and
Mhm.
like
Mhm.
maybe there's a universe where we get like a little hint as to like what the instructions might be for, or like you know what I mean? Like maybe not a key level thing, but
Yeah, I think you might be able to tell that they like have something to do with walking and colors.
colors. I think like
Mhm.
yeah, Mittens like feverishly scribbling in in like a little like the margins of a codex basically, and is like
Mhm.
like says to the team is like sort of like colors, colors.
I
Like
think
different color.
Alluvial pulls out a blank notebook and hands it to you.
No, no. There's the instructions. They say something about. I think they're leaving us a message. I mean, that's clear, duh. But I mean, what do they want from us?
Like, do you want like? Do they want us to like color our fur a specific color? Because I have, and Lemon does pull out of her pocket like a little vial of gold glitter. I always keep it some on me in case I need to like re-up.
Hey, go ahead, shoot, go for it. You know, I don't know. Let's give it a shot.
I think Lemon very gently kind of tap tap tap
So
the glitter on the symbol.
mhm.
I think the symbol how do I want this to happen? I think like a wave of color like pulses along the line.
Mm.
Like just a little like one drop in a pond, but it's just like a little bit of gold running along the line of
So if I think this is a resource, like, do I get to author what I think it is?
I believe the instructions say that resources are just like noted down as resources that we have, and then spend them is when we define what they are.
Also, we're gonna have to turn this into a dangerous situation if we want to actually collect the thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Okay. Because I wasn't feeling the danger, and I was like, oh, we like maybe we pick up the perspective trick, like we learn how to see the clouds that you couldn't see from the ground, and like visualize the hazards of space. But maybe we need this to be a key.
This could also just be flavoring. The only way we can technically make this a key with the rules without breaking them is for Salt to gain a
I
token
have to
from this,
spend a token.
and then spend it immediately.
Yeah. Oh, right, because it's one key per planet. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Um,
Is this a description that would gain me a token or not? I don't remember
Yes.
exactly.
You've already interjected and said a bunch of
Okay.
Forgotten One stuff, so totally.
Cool. I could. Yeah, I will get and spend a token immediately. I'll do that. How do I want to word this key?
Well, we need to introduce the danger first, right?
Oh,
We can
right.
kind of do these in
Of
any
course.
order,
Okay.
but the danger is
I
owed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe, I think, uh, maybe, like, as we're walking along, um, we, like, walk into, right, like, we start following this line, and, as we're following it, we walk into, like, another, facility, and there is something dangerous in this facility. There's a broken down piece of machinery. What the machinery do?
That's my job.
I think okay. Yeah, I think there's a broken. Oh, I was thinking a broken down piece of machinery, but a broken down piece of Wondrous Endeavor machinery would be cool too. Cool too.
Well, I kind of like the
Maybe,
idea that like this is an undiscovered place in
Yeah.
terms of Dustlings.
like a Forgotten Ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Something about the
Yeah.
serendipity of our journey opened up this space to us that wasn't accessed before.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, framing it with serendipity is very good. Yeah.
So yeah, we have this piece of machinery that we have wandered into, and that is dangerous to us.
Yeah,
It's
I
dangerous
think
because we can't see the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
well,
It's yeah.
It might be like one big object of machinery, but there is
Sure.
definitely like a part of it that starts to like wake up in the presence of people entering the room. Imagining this like almost like sort of a what are those things called that have like the different concentric rings that are sort of like orbiting around each other? A gyroscope.
gyroscope?
Yeah. I feel like the room does have sort of a gyroscoping vibe, and there's like a panel in the middle, and there is like some sort of like robot or some sort of like synthetic being that is like in the middle of this gyroscope, and it is like activated, but it's like struggling to activate, and it's sparking. And I think the danger here is mostly that we just like walked into a completely unknown situation with a bunch of technology that we don't know how it works, and we don't know if we're in danger or not. We need to do something about it to make sure we aren't.
Yeah. I think that Lemon can spend her engineering tag. I think that's kind of, I'll mark that off. I think that she run like immediately upon being like taken by this machinery. I didn't say it, but Lemon has been just carrying a wrench like it's a weapon. She was just like, "Yeah, this is gonna work to protect myself." And now
Up.
she has exactly. Um, and so now she has this wrench, and I think she is going through sort of the outer ring, and maybe even looking at like the robot sort of sparking in the center to try and like figure out like literally how it works. Like, okay, is there X, Y, or Z? Like, can I tell if this is like electricity or whatever? You know what I mean? Like, she's just kind of trying to like do engineer thing.
Totally. I think I'm going to expend my communications here. I'm trying to communicate with this synthetic being somehow. I'm like using a small like tablet, like make symbols at it, to make codes at it. I'm trying to use every sort of like communication method that or at least like abstract communication method that I'm aware of, besides, specific languages, to try to communicate with this thing.
Is this where our radio senses come in?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. What I'm doing is I'm inputting the letters. I've been like sort of capturing these letters on my tablet, and then I start trying to like make sense of them, and I'm showing these letters to the like robot to see if it recognizes them, and then I'm like recording its like a radio wave responses, and I'm trying to like make language out of it.
I think actually like I think we're working together on that one. Like Vanilla and I, because I have semiotics, and I think like the combination of Mittens' research with the Forgotten One's sort of text and the like communications ability of Vanilla could be really helpful here.
Totally.
I'm gonna go ahead and maybe expend that trait.
Cool. That's the 3 that we need. I think we're able to like stabilize this robot. I think this robot is so ancient that it was kind of like struggling. But I think Lemon's able to like pop in there and make sure that it's getting like a good energy source.
Mm-hmm. There's an extra battery.
Oh, you
She
like
finds
find one in like a cabinet underneath the like console.
Yeah.
All right, what do
Like
we
that's
think?
why you always keep extra batteries next to your thing, not in some random compartment, right next to what needs it.
Mm-hmm. It's just an engineering thing.
What do we think this key is that we get from this?
It's the robot, right?
Oh, hell yeah.
The robot, yeah.
Yeah, it's brief scene of Tethertail being overjoyed. It's like, oh, good, we can way back out the ship. We'll be fine.
I bet this robot has I bet this robot has all kinds of like stuff coded onto it that we could try to like decipher.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm saying key number 2 is a forgotten friend.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
Friend-shaped
Uh,
robot.
Salt, what do you think this like robot looks like?
Oh, great question. I think it's like at this point it's pretty broken down, but I think we can tell that it used to be like coated in like gold. I think that's a thing we see out of the Forgotten Ones a lot. And at this point, we are not sure if they do it because it's pretty or because gold doesn't tarnish. Um,
Mhm.
or like a combination of the two.
Gold
I
is also a really
think
good conductor.
yes. And I think it's I think let me think. Sorry. It's my bedtime, I just realized. So my brain is turning off a little bit. Um I think it's a really strange shape to us. I think it's also very sinuous, kind of like easily takes on like really round and swoopy shapes, kind of like the alphabet, just because like round and swoopy shapes. Um, I think probably moves uh on limbs, but maybe has like no, I think it has wheels. Yes, big swoopy shapes, gold, moves around on wheels. I don't think it has like an identifiable head.
Mm.
These are the thoughts that I am having so far.
Yeah, I think we somehow infer that this is like the operator of the time telescope. But also it like
Mm.
Margaret, I think you were able to like fix it a little bit,
Mhm, mhm.
but I think it like you infer that it probably needs like a more long-term solution. You probably need to find more Forgotten Ones tech to like actually fix it.
That makes sense.
Um, is this robot a machine? Like a like is it rigid to its programming, or is it something more we would consider personable?
I don't think we know.
Uh, yeah.
If it has
I
personhood,
think
it's
we
not
would
one that we recognize.
hmm
It's a quiet kind
yeah,
of
I think we'd have
person.
to be better at communicating with it to be able to tell.
I've started a sort of like a math language codex algorithm though to like try to figure it out, but I don't think we're there yet.
But you got to remember, like, if you bring the C over here,
Cool.
Oh, and I think this is better preserved than anything we see on the moat because being on the moon, it's not as like subject to wind forces and stuff. So
Or
this
Yeah,
is
birds.
like
wind and
the
creatures.
best preserved Forgotten Ones ruin like anyone has ever found, or one of the best. I think there are a
Well,
lot of good ones on Iota. Um,
I think this
but
is
this
the
is
the
one of the
best one we
best
found on
ones.
Iota. I think there's lots of like stations and like weird things in our solar system that cosmonauts are aware of, but I think
Mm.
this is a new discovery.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think we need to coerce it. I think this robot feels compelled to come with us as we walk out of this place. I think I'm able to communicate to it that like it needs help and we're gonna try to help it. And I think when we like leave this facility, the hedge maze is mysteriously gone and the birds are mysteriously gone. No, I guess no. That should be a Margaret decision.
No, well, I was either going to say that the hedge maze was completely gone or in a totally different place.
Ooh,
The birds for
yeah.
sure are gone.
Is our ship now like on top of the hedge maze?
Ooh, yes, absolutely. That's a great
Like
idea.
this, like the sort of situation where the hedge maze has fulfilled its purpose, and it's just poof. We can't even if we wanted to.
Yeah. Sorry, my cat really I'm sitting in my cat's chair right now, so if I sound distracted, it's because she's trying to get up and having a hard time. Angel Bear, it's okay, sweetie. All right, whatever. Yeah, I think that like oh, I know what it is. It's completely disappeared. The hedges have disappeared, but in its place, where all of the like walls were of the hedge, is just like piles upon piles of those dark waxy leaves. So like the maze
Ooh,
is still there, but it's not a hedge anymore. It's just like a big pile of leaves.
that's fun.
Olivia tries again to grab one of them.
You cannot move it.
The time's
Biggest
wrong.
sigh.
It is like petrified wood.
Oof.
And it's like, here, let me try it. It goes to try to lift it up. It's like, oh man, this is actually really heavy.
Yeah. Well, I have written down all of this. Unfortunately, that will have to do. These are some incredible discoveries. I am so excited. I want a leaf. I would love to have a leaf, but I don't think it's happening.
Yeah, there'll be other planets with leaves. Come on, we should get back on the ship.
Maybe next time, buddy.
All right. So at this point, I think we should move to another cosmic object.
Mhm.
And as I mentioned earlier, like the one that really stands out to me in terms of like the things that we've established here is the unbelievable artifice.
I agree. Yeah.
A completely synthetic world
Yeah.
created by the Forgotten Ones. Its purpose is unknown. It even has like robots on it. But if anybody has like a strong pitch for another thing, if we want to try to like do a quick one and then go there, that's also a possibility.
Is this the one that you thought looked like the twin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially because the belching pipes is spreading miasma is one of the prompts. We were describing a dense object that had like a weird fog coming out of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that does make sense.
And now we know what to look for. So yeah, we should go for it.
Yeah.
But my pitch is that either we go there now or we like make a stop along the way.
We got 15
We
minutes.
have
It's gotta be now.
45 minutes left. I think we should probably go there immediately.
Yeah.
Mm.
Totally.
Because otherwise, I don't think we will.
Okay. Cosmic object number 2. All right, we all get into the ship. Is the ship integrity good? Everything
Yeah.
all
guess that's
It'll
for the
fly.
one.
Yeah, it'll go.
Yeah, I mean,
we're
I think our
perched up
anchor is not in great shape.
Well, no, but the sails will pick us up, and we kind of scuff off the top of this head maze, and Iota's a little less heavy, so it's a little easier to lift off.
Excellent. Yeah. So I think we're able to like maybe infer where this thing ended up from all of the information we've gathered, both from the like time telescope and also like the not remedial, but like basic communications that we have with this robotic creature. But because we need to provoke the omnipresent danger to get to our next location. I'm trying to figure out what would be most interesting.
Big Bird.
We can't just do Big Bird for everything.
Sorry, I had to try
Big bird.
it.
These birds just won't leave us alone.
David Lynch was right.
Everything does come back to the birds.
Ooh. Because provoking the omnipresent danger is described as either like the danger, or at least when we're moving between cosmic objects, it's described as either something about the takeoff, something about the travel between, or something about the landing. I think the landing might be the most.
I think the
interesting
landing
thing.
makes the most. Yeah, I was gonna say.
And I'll don't get on my landing skills.
Maybe
Fine.
we
Yeah.
encounter a security system.
Yeah.
Oh, a security system is fun.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going
Then
to give
it's
you
not
big
when you're
birds.
piloting.
I'm going to give you big
Yes.
birds. They're robot birds.
Good.
Yes.
Perfect.
So, we saw like visions of like birds like dipping into the planet, and we were
Oh yeah,
like,
Devin,
oh, is it?
could you release the image?
Huh? Oh, whoops.
Thank you.
We saw the vision of like the birds like diving and swooping in on this world. What we didn't realize from that perspective is that they were synthetic birds, and they are alerted to our presence, and they start to like fly up in high orbit.
Oh, damn it. Oh, I think
I want to mention a rule thing that I didn't mention earlier. We can either spend one of our features for the Wave Rider, or we can spend 3 traits amongst us as we would normally use to overcome the danger.
Yeah, I think this is a mirror bubble situation.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
this feels very mirror bubbly. Yeah.
we brought this whole bird
Mhm,
net, you know?
Yeah.
We do have
Bird nets are good
experience dealing
for-
with birds, right? So
Yeah.
theoretically, our mirror bubble is going to be
Mhm.
really good against birds.
Yeah.
Hey,
Mhm.
Rose, what do you think a mirror bubble is?
So we've described the thing that repels the birds as kind of like a net that's giving off energy and kind of surrounding the space. Obviously, having a big net around the ship is a little impractical, but you can get to some of the effect by um, kind of getting the oh, y'all are hard like radio scientists, so I'm gonna butcher this. But just it's a little tiny thing that's going to bounce light and oscillate a little bit of a wave amongst itself and just kind of flicker it around the ship. You can't put the whole thing together, but you can make enough of it that if you anticipate where the threats are coming from, you can turn the ship such that the mirror, the little like bounced light is going to catch it. Also, just the inherent joy of having a bunch of cats in space with a laser light toy to reflect birds. uh,
I mean, that's not too crazy. You can do some wild stuff.
oh,
with
of course,
light.
it's a wiggle resonator.
Excellent.
Just have to get the ship to wiggle right. Perfect.
Mhm.
And it throws light around the ship like a bubble.
Totally. And I think with that, I think Tethertail is able to land extremely smoothly.
Wow.
Finally getting your sea legs under you. Thank you.
Ugh. It's a lot easier when everyone stays in their seats for the landing.
Mittens is still very clearly not in his seat, but it
Yeah,
just
and-
like scrambles
like-
towards this.
Tethertail is going through like the shutdown sequence of the ship and making unbroken eye contact with Mitten the entire time. Like, doesn't need to look at the buttons to throw the switches, but it's just like angry mom over the shoulder, just like looking back.
Just kind of like zones back in, like, sorry, what's up?
Let's go. Dismounts the ship.
Yeah, all right. It's my turn to describe things.
Yeah. Describe this place that we're landing on.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I think it's maybe not all metal, but I think like the area that we land is all metal. Like it's like a metal sphere um with metallic buildings on it. It looks like really impractical heat wise. Um and I think we can tell that it's like it's starting to decay. You can see rust in places, and you can see like stuff that's like warped from heat. So like things that look like originally they would have like butted up really evenly again, they're warped and bent and they're not even anymore. um I think that we see lots of things again covered with these like super tiny lines of text that are like we saw on Iota are so small that you can barely tell that they're text. It just looks like a line. I think lots of buildings are covered in these. And I think we see more robots that follow like the general body plan of the robot that we found, but at like lots of different scales, and they have like different numbers of limbs and are different, but follow the same sort of sinuous. I'm thinking of like a like a Chinese dragon sort of shape.
Mhm.
Totally.
That's what I was looking for earlier.
Did you say it
So
had wheels though
long.
too?
Yes, they did have wheels. So I think long, sinuous, and have limbs that, um, and just like lots of different scales of these, from like the size of like a cat, not the size of us, but like the size of a real life cat, all the way up to the size of like an elephant. Um,
Mm.
and it's clear that they have like different purposes, but we're not sure what they are.
Cool.
Margaret, I think it's your
And I
turn to pick a
think,
prompt.
Oh,
yeah.
yes, it is my turn. Who do we want to give a little token to? So we can
The
do
thing
the
about
plastic artist.
Yeah,
Sorry,
the
go
thing
ahead.
about us doing kind of a game where we don't actually pick a lot of prompts is that our like resources are not in danger. So like it's not
Yeah.
super important that we need to really
Mhm.
activate any of the mechanics.
Yeah.
No, but if
It
anybody
just
wants a weird dream, I've got a token to spend. Um,
what I'm
I'm
saying
always
is what I'm saying is follow the wiggle.
Yeah.
Mhm.
okay, follow the wiggle.
Follow
Got it.
your
Mhm.
wiggle. Yeah.
Yeah. We
Follow
don't need to
my
strategize
wiggle.
about mechanics. Like I've done games of this where we were like desperately trying to make sure we had enough resources to do the things that we wanted to do, but in this case we're chilling. So follow your wiggles.
Following wiggles. I would like to. My wiggles are taking me to a spreading miasma to follow the belching pipes. Um, that's where my wiggles take me.
Yeah.
I think that makes a lot of sense too, given what we established. So
Yeah, for certain. Um, give me just a second. What I think is that Lemon kind of wants to see this. And she is really interested. She's like, "All right, well, do we want to take a look at the the like sky goo or whatever?"
The sky goo.
I-
The
Oh yeah.
sky gate, that's the fog,
the
I guess is the word.
yeah.
My
Mhm.
brain came up with sky goo. It's past my bedtime also. So let's all
Uh,
The sky goo.
yes, let's check out the sky goo.
this one allows us to do any, so whoever wants to take charge. I think because Lemon's kind of interested in it, I'm not going to have the Tides of Uncertainty take charge. Maybe somebody who hasn't had a chance to run a scene yet might want to.
I I could if people would be down for like the
Yeah.
cosmic wilderness angle of it.
Please.
Yeah, I mean, like this
Alright.
this miasma could even be like an entity.
That's that's kind of what I was wondering is like so it's this central building that's pumping out all of this miasma as it were, right? But I think like you can see like we mentioned starting to arrive here uh this stuff is like affecting the world in a way that maybe whoever created this whole planet, because this planet is very clearly all artificial, like maybe this hasn't supposed to been running this long or something, but you can see that that this miasma is sort of seeping into the landscape. And in a sense, like there's probably more of this stuff than there is air now. But yeah, the question is like it's very dense. So I think when you're even like just standing in it, like your suit starts to like contract a little bit. You know what I mean? Like you can feel that pressure.
Yeah.
It's an extreme pressure, like being deep underwater. Just being on the surface of this planet. And like it's the miracle of life that these robots or whatever have either they were meant to withstand this the whole time or they're just getting by because they don't have the same sort of organic needs that we do, right?
Do we bring
Um,
our robot friend with us?
yeah, I think the robot, curiously, is like not very affected by it at all. Um, yeah, absolutely.
In a way that's different from the other robots we see, or that the robots here generally are like operating okay.
I think that the other I think they've started to like sort of do their own thing. Like the other robots have started to like sort of do their own thing here in the sense that some of them are becoming more like birds. You know what I mean? And less like robots over like maybe over a period of years, who knows? But our robot is like good in a way that it's like, oh, maybe not affected by the miasma. It could be something like that, but very clearly, I think comfortable here is like, yeah, I think this robot is comfortable here in a way that we definitely aren't.
Cool.
Robots are
Well,
wilding.
Margaret, you're still technically the leader of the scene, but as a cosmic wilderness location, as we're making it, that just meant that Ali got to step in and describe a thing and gain a token from it.
Mm-hmm.
But you're still in charge of like the narrative of the scene.
Yeah.
I'll mark the token that I probably won't use.
If say, I don't know, one was extremely sleepy and zoned out during half of that explanation and is very sorry about it, would one be able to get a quick recap? Something about
Yeah,
birds?
basically, birds. The robots that were the birds, like some of them have sort of returned to being birds in a weird way, but the atmosphere is very dense. If I could sum it up in a sentence, and the
It seemed
robot
like
that we have with us.
you're describing like the robots almost like acclimating to this strange
Yes.
changing world.
Yeah, like an evolution kind of thing angle.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. I think that, I mean, obviously we're trying to find a key here, and I think maybe some of that key is in um the like new designs of these birds and like understanding where they're going to like move forward and how they're going to what's the word I'm looking for? Like how they adapt to environments to try and like both think of like, oh, what happens? Like, can we ship these birds out to a new planet? How will they do? But also in a like, how can we understand these predators that we deal with on a day-to-day basis? Like,
I
even though
I
these are
think
like robot birds, they're like similar.
I think like is any member of the crew like more familiar with the birds of the home world than like others?
Heathertail adjusts her bird's fear me hand.
Yeah, I think you notice that the birds that are sort of return, like they're adopting more of the birds like that as we would know them from
Yeah.
Mm.
yeah.
Oh, I also want to
From
lean in
remote.
and make a suggestion just so we can kind of like get all of our themes in one boat. What if the like miasma is starting to like it floats up and then it settles out and it starts to form like a weird kind of like ocean, like a weird.
Yes.
Mm,
I was gonna say like
Mm.
maybe this giant thing is fed by some sort of water source, but yeah, I think it makes more sense as the miasma as the ocean. That's
Cool.
great.
Um,
Mhm.
so obviously the danger here is contending with the birds while observing them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we fall back on Big Bird.
I don't know if you have to, and that's also
No,
my decision.
sure, of course, yeah.
But it kind of depends on like what approach we're taking here. Like what are we aiming to gain from this location?
If the clouds are like a sea and the birds are the target, then obviously the thing to do is to find the largest bit of scrap that can serve as a float and just take it out on it.
Oh, and obviously
Oh,
this
I
is the
wanted to
thing.
ride a bird, actually, is what I was
Oh yeah,
hoping.
you wanted to try the birds.
Yeah.
Okay,
Also, this is the same sort of cloud as the one we ran into when we were leaving.
naturally, yeah.
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
can
Yeah,
we
let's
I
go.
think it's like a much denser version of that same cloud, but it
Let's
is like
go.
very similar.
Let's go wrestle some birds.
yeah, I would like to be a bird cowboy, please. Bird boy.
It's like
Jockey.
sneaking up on one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sneaking has
Mhm.
nothing to do with it. Tethertail walks right up to one of these birds, just like squares up for it, and then is just gonna, just clamber onto its back.
I think Alluvial is right behind you,
Yes,
also being daring.
perfect.
I think that I would actually like to use friendly, which I know is kind of a weird, but like I genuinely think that Lemon's just like, I'm gonna make friends with these birds. Like, you know how you get like sometimes you get a weird hobby after a breakup, and Lemons is going to be bird wrestling. It's sort of,
Mhm.
it's
It's
sort
gonna be
of,
so
you
great when
know,
we get back home and everybody's like, oh, that's the bird wrestler.
exactly. And I'm just saying, would you not feel
Would you
like you
not
got to
date
get
a
back with
bird
your ex
wrestler?
if you saw her on the sky in a bird wrestling? I'm just saying, like I feel like that's a huge win.
Yeah. Hey, how was your space trip? Oh, you returned mounted upon a mechanical bird, strode like some sort of wrathful god. A word?
Sort of wrestling
Yeah.
bond. Yeah.
She really found herself out in space.
Cat's really our king, huh?
Mhm.
Do we want me to also spend daring, or because I'm basically just doing the same thing Tethertail is doing, or
If there is
or
any moment
something?
for more than one person to spend daring, it's when we decide without any like pretext to just rodeo some birds.
Definitely,
Ex-
definitely.
That is
Alright.
extremely
extremely,
daring.
extremely daring and dangerous activity. Just wild mounts of birds.
Now, question: would
Yeah.
piloting count for a bird?
I'm also using daring. I mean, like, listen, maybe.
We're all
maybe I
burning
can
Darren
try
a
to-
bit.
Piloting definitely
I
is
don't-
helping.
I don't think it was
Are-
piloting
Bird
because
count
this
as
is like a.
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say I don't think it's piloting because this like we talked about the robots becoming more wild. I don't think
Yeah.
that this is about controlling the bird so much as it like maintaining your position on it.
Much like a
Mhm.
horse rather than a
Much. Yeah, one would not call horse riding piloting.
yeah.
Are Tethertail and Alluvial on the same bird, or are we on different birds?
Yeah, I was gonna ask. I don't have a good skill for this, so I was gonna hop on somebody else's bird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we've cracked 3, so yeah, I bet Tethertail and Alluvial are on the same bird. Who's up? Is Alluvial sitting front on the bird?
I think Alluvial did follow you here, was like curious what you were doing.
Mhm.
Hell yeah, once Face saw what you were doing. And so it was probably behind you, probably like chatting away about the geological implications of a ground metal.
The pressure at the core must be enormous. No.
I think like not super related to this anything, but I think Mittens is like bouncing radio waves off of this planet, trying to figure out like
Oh, yeah.
what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
God, what's a
Well-
dawn chorus like when the sky is full of mechanical birds?
So what is our goal here?
I think that we're gonna become bird riders. Bird boys.
Here's the thing.
Mhm.
Here's the thing. This is going to be the last prompt before we set off the ending. So
Uh-huh.
we want to acquire a key here that is going to be like a thing that we work into how we end the story.
Mhm.
I think it's to get a view of the whole machine, you know? Like this planet is
Mhm.
some big device. What better way to get a sense of it than from bird's eye view?
Mhm.
And maybe the birds don't trigger the security system that we had problems with before, and that's why we couldn't like stay in orbit above the planet to get this bird's eye view.
I wonder if, in a way, it's like we can use either like, right? This could be like a replacement planet for the birds of our world, like, or
Mhm.
it could be like we could use these things potentially to defend against the organic versions, right? On our
Mhm.
home planet a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Do
In
we
terms
think
of tying
maybe
it
that
back into
do we think that maybe what we just need to do is reunite the two twins?
yeah.
Mhm.
Are we about to hook the planet up to 10,000 birds?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that so intensely.
Nature is
I mean-
nature is healing.
Hey, how'd your trip go? Cool, we've rearranged the orbit of the system.
And I did it by
We
leading.
have some new neighbors.
Oh,
And
goodness.
also, I've come back on a bird.
All of the birds, in fact.
Yeah,
Oh, no, and maybe we can belch a new ocean onto our planet.
Yeah,
we can do
yeah.
that also.
God,
Yeah,
what
hopefully
if this-
like whatever terraforming this planet is doing, like maybe we could repurpose it or something, right?
God, I know we've been describing it as like thick pollutants, but what if it's just rain clouds and we don't know what those are?
It's a very science thing, yeah. What is this
looking-
weird white thing that has like it's dense and it has liquid in it?
I describe that as a miasma.
Yeah.
Very strange. I've never seen anything like this before, but maybe it's the key to river.
Mm.
Yeah. So So key 3 is obviously flight of 10,000 gilded birds dragging a planet behind.
Well,
Ugh.
I kind of think what we discover here is that like I guess the combination of like the keys that we have acquired so far here, and this is going to lead into sort of triggering the outro bit. But I think we discovered that the like Forgotten Ones set up this like we're kind of birthed from the Forgotten Ones in the sense that like they made this like weird like terraforming experiment and they terraformed our world, but like their terraformer like broke off and got lost or in whatever event caused the Forgotten Ones to disappear. And like our world like didn't get finished or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like
That
they
is-
had moved on before, like, right? They just abandoned it for some reason.
I mean, we've spoken about like the kind of current the ecological catastrophe to our planet being something that happened in the past. Like we were halfway through the fix and then they left.
Oh. Do we think that we were already there before they arrived and they were trying to help fix it, or we evolved from the like half-formed world?
I could go either way, but
I'm leaning towards like if our whole thing is like our culture is spontaneous. I like the idea that we just happened after it, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
you know? Yeah.
They were trying to save the birds and somehow we showed up.
That's
Somehow
it.
we got there. Yeah.
So I'm gonna call key 3 the secret of our origin.
Mhm.
And I sneakily, not so much sneakily, but I changed the mission target from 4 to 3 so that we could end this on time.
Scandal.
Like I said, wiggle based mechanics.
We gave ourselves
Mhm,
wiggle room.
mhm.
Yeah.
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 This is by far my wiggliest game. All right. So, are we happy with all that before we move on to the mission complete segment?
Yeah, I feel pretty good
I
with
think
it.
so.
So the way that this is going to
Yeah.
work is it's going to be like it's going to prompt us to figure out how the story like wraps up. So we're going to like
Mhm.
this will be the start of the climax. We haven't really reached the climax yet, but by getting on these birds, we've kind of gotten the like perspective that we need to put all the pieces together, and then what we do with that is what we're going to decide here in this next game. Did I close the PDF? What did I do that for?
Do you want me to read it while you're reopening?
No, I got it. Here it is.
Okay.
And it's page 24. All right.
The very end.
Mission complete. This is a good time to take a quick break from telling your story to talk about your experience thus far. We don't have time for that. Consider how your characters have changed over the course of their journey. Discuss what sort of ending the group wants and agree on what the overall tone should be. Are you interested in a happy ending? Do the cosmonauts need to make a sacrifice for the good of their people? Do you want the ending to be unresolved and open to interpretation? Do the problems facing the Dustlings overcome them in the end and cause an end to everything, paving the way for something new? Regardless, the ending should be messy and weird and should reflect the experiences of the cosmonauts. When everyone is ready, take a look at the acquired keys. What sort of story do they tell? What do they compel the cosmonauts to do? Do they actually provide a solution to the mission? The answers you find can be equally influenced by logic and emotion, and the direction of the ending doesn't need to make sense as long as it feels right for the story. When the path forward is established, start a medley of scenes, beginning with the current active player. Each player describes something that happens in about 1 to 4 sentences, then passes to the next player. These events can be surreal, involve time jumps, and don't necessarily need to happen in chronological order. Repeat this for as long as it feels appropriate or until the players are satisfied with the conclusion. Finally, if the cosmonauts are still around at the end, give them a brief epilogue. If they aren't, give a brief vignette of what comes after them. So we've kind of already gestured at what we want to do, but now it's time to like start putting it into place. And I think we are starting to get the vision for all of this. I think as we got close to this like belching smokestack, the like robot that we brought starts feeling better, and it starts communicating like wildly with us. And I'm like trying to like record all of it desperately, and I'm also showing it to Mittens and
Alluvial? Oh,
Alluvial.
Mittens, yeah.
Well, both of you have,
Like
Yeah.
desperately
Just-
writing in my codex, like trying to add these words to the translation that we have.
I am having a thought, which is perhaps that if we evolved on a non-terraformed planet or a half-terraformed planet, that perhaps finishing the terraforming will be bad for us. I don't know if you guys want to, or if y'all want to go that direction, but like if we evolved on a planet that doesn't actually have that much water on it, it might be bad if we introduced all of this water to it. I don't know.
There's
I'm like, that feels like the science way to go, but it doesn't have to be true.
It could
Yeah.
be bad in the way cats think water is bad.
Yeah, that's what I was immediately going to say. I feel like this is like again going with the Wiggles, sort of like just like deeply unpleasant and unhappy, but not actually bad for the rest of the planet.
like I don't want to take a bath.
Hmm.
Well, I guess now that I am in the bath.
It's a final shot of a bunch of sad wet kittens.
Yeah.
Hmm.
The cosmonaut detractor is like, what the hell did you do that for? Now the planet is wet.
To get us back on the
Now
track,
we
though,
really don't like it. Yeah, sorry.
the description I was given was like, my attempt at 4 sentences or whatever. So that would pass to Salt. Basically, we're just like
Yeah.
passing the narrative around in pieces.
Hmm. Yeah. I think. Sorry, brain off. I think we see as we bring the planets together, I think is our next step on what we're doing. You see maybe like the mere closeness changes something about the moat. Like maybe like kicks on some kind of synthetic machinery that starts also generating miasma. That is my idea about this.
The other problem that we need to solve if we are trying to reunite the planet with the terraformer is that they are not next to each other at the moment.
Oh yeah, right. That is the thing to solve. I
You don't need to
like
solve that.
the
I'm just saying that
vision.
it's
Yeah. I like the vision of thousands and thousands of golden birds across the sky.
that would
I
probably
think
be
that would
terrifying
be
to our people.
Yeah.
awful, but really pretty. I mean, they're gonna be really sparkly, is the thing, and we
Also-
do love sparkles.
Yeah. Also, the thing that we didn't consider is that we didn't choose this prompt for the mission, but this is also bringing about an apocalypse of sorts.
No!
Yeah.
Apocalypse just means change.
Definitely.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, then that wraps back around to Allie.
Yeah, I think to go back to like the issue of actually no. I think the angle I want to take is that like with this that we've sort of uncovered some more communication from the Forgotten Ones through the robot, like we've sort of solved the language a little bit more. I think that the Dustlings establish a colony on Iota dedicated to like studying the forgotten ones and figuring out like, well, how can we not either make the same mistakes they did, or how can we progress civilization like quicker using their knowledge? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. It's like the science that I used to believe in when I wanted to be a scientist before I got so like jaded by capitalism.
Yeah, like the very aspirational science, right? Yeah.
I do not think that any of the cats have gotten over the sound of thunder. There's like a
It's like a
feel of it
primal thing.
in sheets of rain, and everybody like jumps. And it's the nets, what few of them are still working are like flickering and semi-present in the rain as makeshift protections from the water are being erected to protect the technology. It's truly just not something that these people had ever really prepared for, was just dealing with torrential amounts of water.
I love that this ending is technically a sacrifice for our people, because we're making our world like more uncomfortable for ourselves, but for like better for the longevity of our planet.
Yeah. And
No, it's an allegory for giving up the conveniences of the things that are contributing to climate change, you know?
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, I think that people don't have time to gripe over whether or not the space program was a good idea anymore. People are out there putting up scaffolds and putting up awnings and ditching out irrigation and trying to keep an eye on the few birds that are still causing problems.
Mhm.
And that despite, the discomfort, there is more cooperation among the peoples of the moat. And work. Lots of work.
Yeah, lots of work.
And it's yours.
I think that all of those robot birds that pulled the planet now back into orbit um, have sort of become part of the community. I just want cats riding birds. I think it's so cool. A little bit, but I think that genuinely, I want to kind of play off this idea of there's a lot of work to be done, and we're learning how to like deal with this new place, and we're finding that like literally like getting up above the clouds to go like on people's like journeys when they want to like go places. They're like, well, now I can't go anywhere because there's all this rain, and then they start taking like birds up into the sky and out and around the planet, um, and like to see the ocean from above and those kinds of things. I think that becomes part of what it means to take a journey and what it means to like move from place to place.
Awesome. So since we have 6 minutes left, I kind of want to kind of call that the end of this sequence, and then I want to focus on an epilogue for each of our characters, and then let's wrap it up. How does that sound?
Sounds great.
Yeah.
So that makes me the next active player. Margaret, give me. We started with a dream. Let me end with a dream.
Absolutely.
Especially because I went on this journey to try to cure myself of my dreams.
Oh.
Well, this one's going to be a nicer dream. I think that you are on the not Iota, the other planet, our twin planet.
Oh.
In this dream.
The unbelievable artifice.
Yes, the unbelievable artifice. Thank you. You're on the unbelievable artifice, and you find yourself walking closer and closer to the edge of the sea. And as you dip your paws in, you find yourself being pulled further and further out, and then further and further down, but you can breathe under there. And you're in this sort of like, you're like suspended in this whirlpool of glitter and sparkling and shining lights, and like this beautiful like underwater scene with like fish and glitter and sparkles. It's beautiful under there is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And
I
that
think
is what you see.
I think that inspires me for my next theorem. And I think I use that to finish up my graduate research project, as I'm like imagining like the math of glitter flowing through a liquid, which is something that we haven't really considered before because we're not
Oh
super
yeah,
used to
fluid
bodies of water.
dynamics.
Yeah.
Whoa, fluid dynamics.
Salt, what about you?
Ah.
What's your
I
epilogue?
think alluvial is sorry, I just made my desk make a weird noise. Alluvial is equal parts absolutely ecstatic to have like river systems to study. I think they're far more interesting than Faye ever thought that they might be, but is constantly stunned at how incredibly unpleasant it is to be around water. And you have to be around water to study water. And so is like deeply struggling with like trying to figure out if they really or if Faye really loves rivers this much, and mostly does, I think, writes some baller papers on river systems in Moat and flooding. I think learns a lot about how floods work. Probably is part of like a whole research team that is trying to learn how to flooding. But the whole time is just like deeply frustrated by how wet all of this research has to be.
Excellent. Let's keep moving. We got 2 minutes for 3 epilogues.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay, is that me? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So basically, I think uncovers the source of why the radio wiggles are messing it up. But that's like because whatever this miasma is it distorts the radio waves in a way, right? It's almost like it extends them or something. It makes
It's like
them less
light through a
wiggles.
prism.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you discover sonar.
yeah, but I think like goes on to try and get like basically the cat doctorate in like this sort of radiology kind of not radio. I don't know what the term for it is.
I like
but
that we all come back like focused to go back to school.
yeah,
to
it's like I learned so much and now I want to go through school. Yeah.
Rose, tell us about Tethertail.
There are like a group of cats flying up through the miasma astride some of these birds. And then breaking through the clouds next to them is the next generation of ship, the Thunderbird, obviously.
Hell yeah.
Glittering golden imitation wings, dappled with sails. And Tethertail's at the helm. They never quit the program. They never go back to chase school. And I bet when people start getting really tired of the rain, there are lots of old hands who want to get back on the ship, lots of new recruits, and plenty of other places left to check out in the Expanse.
Yeah, definitely. We only explored 2 of 24 places. Lemon.
Okay.
Lemon. Okay, I got 2 words and then I have a sentence. My 2 words. Bird rodeo. Interpret that how you will.
Yeah.
Yes.
I also think that Lemon is stays in the program as well,
Oh,
but sort of like a part-time thing. We'll go on some trips and then come back and bird rodeo.
Does Lemon's
That's
ex come
the
back?
Lemon, right?
Sorry.
does Lemon's ex come back?
Oh no.
And with that, let's call it. It is the end of our time. This has been Pale Dot. This has been the Roll Plus Bond 5th anniversary charity stream. Ocean Tides is up next, and we're gonna have a gay pirate time apparently. So look forward to that. And good night, everybody. Free Palestine.
Night. Free Palestine.
Good night.
Thank
Free
you.
Palestine.
Palestine.